Alright, welcome back to another Assassin's Creed 3 Remastered stream with our 4th session of the Stealth and All Mission Objectives challenge. And yeah, the continuation of sequence 6 and also kind of like the starting sequences of Connor's adult life, which means we still have lots of stuff to unlock, including the Brotherhood, which is gonna become more of a focus today with the liberation missions and kind of like getting Boston liberated from Templar influence, as well as ranking up our Master Assassin. And of course there's also gonna be lots of Homestead missions that will eventually be unlocked, and yeah, definitely a bit of main story as well eventually. But yeah, I do want to focus a bit more on getting a lot of the side stuff done today though. Also, hey, the Ghosty, welcome in. So I'm playing this game on PC. Basically all of the AC games that you see me stream will be played on PC pretty much. But I am playing with an Xbox One controller though. So yeah, while I was offline, I actually collected a couple of the viewpoints in Boston, but didn't do anything more. And yeah, I think I would actually like to get that done quite soon here. So let's head over there and get the next one. It's kind of this annoying music bug where it loops the viewpoint music. So I want to get them done like back to back, and then we don't have to worry about that. And that would of course also showcase all of the missions that are available. I've also bought a couple of outfits. There's not a lot available right now, but yeah, a small selection of different dyes. The further we get in the main story, the more of course we're gonna unlock as well. And then those outfits will also be added periodically to the command and redemption. There's also a chest we can pick on the way to this next viewpoint. We do want to make sure to collect all of the chests we come across, because they're actually quite useful in this game. Instead of like having lots and lots of chests and very small rewards, they actually have like lots of money usually. And if they don't, then they have lots of recipes, which you need essentially to craft a lot of stuff in the Homestead. So they're extremely useful to get. My favorite AC? That would be Assassin's Creed 2. Because, yeah, it's just my first proper Assassin's Creed game. And I absolutely fell in love with it back when I played it for the first time. And even revisiting it over the years, you know, it still has remained my favorite. I just love so many things about it, from the setting to Ezio as a character. I thought the modern day was also really cool. And how they really pushed the series forward, you know. If it wasn't for the success of AC2, I guess, then we wouldn't have a lot of other games nowadays. How about you, Ghosty? What's your favorite one? All of the fishing needs. So did they actually fix the music bug? Because right now the viewpoint music isn't actually looping, which is interesting. I think there's an almanac page here actually.
It has been imposed without our counsel, rendering us mere spectators of our own farmers. Simpsons of Smithfield!
I gotcha, so you played primarily the new ones then? It's fair. Yeah, I think they are really entertaining games actually. I think my favorite out of the newest ones would be Origins actually. I love ancient Egypt as a setting, and I think Bayek was such a great character too. Also quite like Valhalla, with the whole setting of medieval England and like the clash of cultures between the Saxons and the Danes. Also how it kind of like bridges the gap between Origins and AC1 in a couple ways. Okay, I think we can start another Frontiersmen mission over here. Why not? I gotcha. I mean, that's understandable, I guess. You know, especially if you kind of like start with your RPG games, that you get used to kind of like just having to hold left stick forward to run. It's definitely quite different, you know. It's definitely interesting because it's basically been the way AC has been with the steering and controlling since AC1. And it wasn't until Origins that they actually changed it so like super late in the series, you know. So for people like me who kind of like started with AC1 and 2, not having a right trigger to run was like really weird as well. Had to have the amount of times that I actually accidentally used like heavy attack instead of sprinting. Hey the goodie, welcome in. First claimed, mission passed. How's it going, dude? Unidentified flying object.
The first time I saw the light was back in Boston. I was trading my biggest take of the season when the fire rose behind Beacon Hill. Went straight up in the night sky, past the moon. Then it was gone. I wasn't alone. Those next to me had their heads cocked the same, craned as far back as it could go, mouths agape. Couldn't tell you what it was, but I can tell you it wasn't of this earth.
Investigate the source of a UFO. So I guess you have to go to a frontier to actually find that source. Oh, very nice, goodie. I hope it was delicious. A fun fact, but I've never actually had KFC in my life before. Also, is rarely a restaurant in Germany, unless you really go out of your way to find one. But yeah, never had KFC before. Always wanted to try though. Ever played Ghost of Tsushima? I have, yeah. I've played it about... How long was it ago? Like 2.5 years ago or something? It's actually been a while. Yeah, like definitely more than 2 years ago. And yeah, really enjoyed it. I do actually want to revisit Ghost of Tsushima eventually. And kind of like do a New Game Plus run or something. Oh, very nice, goodie. Sounds delicious. So over here we usually call them fries. In Germany you would sometimes also say pommes frites. But there usually it's like fries or French fries. I know in the UK they call them chips, right? Like fish and chips and stuff, I think. So it really can vary quite easily between the different countries here. Gotcha, go see. That's fair, I guess, if it's like so close to where you go like every day, pretty much. Oh, that sounds nice, goodie. I do love spicy chicken sandwiches. Definitely one of my favorites. I am, yeah, go see. That is an umbrella. Oh, are you kidding me? Didn't even control that. Connor just went by himself. That's not the first time it happened to me either, actually. It happens pretty much every time I do this mission because it's just bugged. If you don't like immediately investigate. Ich arbeite in der Dunkelheit, um dem Licht zu dienen. Ich bin ein Elektriker. Classic. This image skies the talk of Boston. However, my investigation revealed that the source is most certainly of this earth. Nothing more than an umbrella reflecting moonlight among the trees. coupled with imagination and gossip. Well then, let's solve another mystery of the Frontiersmen. I know, Mr. Goody. You remember this one for sure? Okay, what shall we do next? We could do some main story, I guess, but there's actually another viewpoint even north of Boston that I want to get here. Could also have a look at the store here. And take care of a bit of trading. We have another armored page here. Okay, so let's go ahead and buy some resources here. We can buy boats, beeswax, eggs, fresh water, honey, milk, vegetables, and wool. We can also buy some forest supplies here. Also different kinds of lumber and wood, I guess. We can also buy a couple herbs, including catnip, rosemary, delicious. We could also technically buy a couple of pelts here. Beaver pelts are always a good way to get some extra money, but I think I'd rather sell the pelts that I actually hunt. So we don't go too much out of our pocket, because they're definitely quite expensive early on. We can have a look at crafting here and see if there's anything we could get. Could increase the capacity of a land convoys actually. Very nice. Am I going to buy Resident Evil 4 Remake at all? I won't be, Mr. Goody. Yeah, I haven't even played the first 3 Resident Evil games, so I guess I would rather play them first before I go ahead and get the newest one. How about you? Are you gonna get it? You're gonna get a couple barrels here. And that's everything I can craft so far. Okay, let's go ahead and sell the barrels, I guess. To Hancock store number 5. Let's see, we have some beaver pelts here. Bear pelt 2. some fox pelts. And raccoon pelts as well. Yeah, that's a decent take here. And last but not least, barrels. The beaver teeth don't really give that much. Wait, that gives us minus profit? The fuck? Minus 110. Seems legit. I guess that really isn't worth it. I mean, I guess a couple hair pelts could work. Have any other pelts left here? Okay. Let's sell that. I gotcha, goodie. So already started it. How did you like it so far? Is it a good remake?
Honourable gentlemen claim it is not so much the amount. 3 pence a pound is hard. Today's Boston Weekly Advertiser.
Right, that should be the last viewpoint in Boston. Let's have a quick look here. Yeah, that should be it. Nice. Okay then. So I guess you only have a main story currently left here in Boston. I also have an assassination contract technically I could be doing. Check that out. I haven't actually done any assassination contracts so far. So it's gonna be my first, yeah. Well, I think this only unlocks assassination contracts across Boston. You have like a contact you have to talk to, and then the other ones will be unlocked.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay then. Yeah, so now we have different assassination contracts to the north, over here, also there. But yeah, I think for now though, I'm gonna go and do the next main story so we can really progress with the Brotherhood system. Because that's gonna be unlocked after the next main story, I believe. Or at least the next two. And we can also send them out on contracts across the colonies and really level them up further. Oh, thank you for opening the window there. It's very kind of you. Yeah, definitely the best way to escape guards, you know, having like these pass-through buildings opportunities.
Stefan, what is wrong? Where is Sam Adams?
Who cares? I've been robbed! Oh, ils vont me le payer, ces scélérats de merde!
Where are you going?
To get back what's rightfully mine.
Okay, quick look at the option objectives here. With limit time and open conflict 15 seconds. And we are gonna perform low profile assassinations. So this one is a bit tricky because he's gonna create a conflict, but I have to kind of like stop the guards before it happens. I don't really have smoke bombs yet because I don't have a smoke bomb pouch, so that's not a way to do it stealthily. So once we have groups that are bigger than 2, I will have to make an exemption for stealth, since even the optional objective is kind of like allowing you to get into conflict, but only for a limited amount of time, right? I can be in conflict, but only for a short amount of time. So given that the optional objectives has priority over the stealth challenge, you know, that's how I'm gonna handle it if there's more than 2 guys.
Oh! Regardez! Some pathetic redcoats waiting for a beating! I will match your face to your jacket!
Okay, that's one low profile assassination.
Ces coquins me prennent mon père au Canada et voilà qu'ils me ravissent ma propriété ici. Il suffit.
Stefan's probably like the most angry assassin in the history of assassins.
We are not English! We are not the king's men! We are free! But the king sends these redcoats to push us around! They are not our masters! This is our city! Let's show them who owns it! It's time to fight!
Stefan, please! Stop and listen to me!
I've listened for long enough. They come into my home and take my things? I will get my revenge. The man responsible for this will pay. His friends will pay. Voilà trop longtemps que je subis ces affronts. Ils vont goûter de mon courroux. You looking for a fight, Englishman? I'll give you what you want.
I like how that only counted as one low profile assassination. And also one of the ones didn't get counted either.
L'angoisse croise mon chemin. Ils me volent ma maison, ils m'obligent à fuir mon pays.
Et les voici qui veulent s'approprier ma nouvelle demeure.
Okay. That takes care of the low-profile assassinations, yeah?
There is a way to fight injustice, but this is not it.
There's another two coming up here. I'll take them out quickly here before any conflict starts.
Destroyed? You stupid mongrel! I suppose you want me to tell Johnson his tea just spontaneously combusted? Nonsense! Someone's responsible for this, and you will find out who. And if you can't, I'll gut you and find a smarter mongrel who can.
What do we do? Create a window.
Okay, so this is the kind of like usual recruit assassin mechanic here that we also know from Brotherhood and Revelations. And yeah, with a classic assassination opportunity here. Let's go ahead and send him out.
Bloody hell are you?
Why?
You have no right to rob people blind. By decree of the British Parliament or not.
British Parliament? I worked for William Johnson.
Johnson?
End his suffering cleanly. Please. The people seem to have an ear for you. What are the things you lost?
The people listen to me only because I spoke the truth loud enough. Which is worth 1,000 times the content of my footlocker. The English, they can keep my things.
You did well tonight.
I said I'd buy you an ale when you first helped me. In place of drink, I offer you my allegiance. For what it's worth.
Your aid is welcome, and I am grateful. Now, I need to find Sam Adams.
Oh yeah, and now we officially unlocked our first assassin, as well as the ability to riot. So I can kind of like send out Stefan and then raise up a crowd, which will eventually engage soldiers and create like a distraction. We also got an update here for William Johnson. In addition to treaty negotiations, Johnson was in charge of recruiting and leading Iroquois fighters during the French and Indian War. He only fought in one battle, but he was rewarded handsomely for his service. £5,000 and a baronetcy. That was a little above average for most people involved in that battle. He continued his close ties with Khan and Kahaka, and in 1760 they gave him land totaling more than 300 square kilometers as a thanks for his work. However, Johnson burned some bridges in 1768 when he negotiated the Treaty of Fort Stanwix. He took much more land than the British had asked for, a windfall for him, since he could then speculate on it, but rather a tough sell to the indigenous nations who lived on the land. The treaty caused a war in Virginia known as the Dunmore's War. In an effort to stop more bloodshed and possibly to cover his own ass, Johnson called for more negotiations, this time at Johnson Hall in 1774. Stefan Chaffaut is a Boston militiaman and served as a cook in the years leading up to the Revolution. Chaffaut was born in what's now Canada, near modern-day Montreux. His father was a cook for the French army who was killed in the fighting at the Plains of Abraham. After his death, Chaffaut took on work as a chef in Montreux, but moved to Boston in 1764. While his personal letters indicate that he was looking for a less complicated life, it was just in time for the unrest that preceded the Revolution. Fortunately for Chaffaut, he didn't actually want a quiet life, and as it happened, the tensions in pre-revolution Boston suited him exactly. Which is weird because who enjoys tensions, apart from a scientist studying surface tension as an effect of intermolecular attraction? Give me a minute to stop laughing. Chaffaut was a man in search for a cause, and he found it in the Patriots. He was an enthusiastic supporter of the Sons of Liberty, participating in the 1765 protests surrounding the Stamp Act. He was present when the crowds ransacked Governor Hutchinson's house in 1765, probably egging on the mob. He was also one of the crowd that witnessed and partially caused the Boston Massacre. Chaffaut didn't limit himself to protest. I have several fines for him on the books in the 1760s and 70s for public drunkenness and brawling. It seems he couldn't keep out of a fight when the opportunity arose. In pre-revolution Boston, there was always an opportunity. It was a wonderful time to be an angry drunk. The word was your oyster. Sounds like it. Okay, so now we can officially start doing liberation missions across the district here. How about we start over here?
Are you in need of a first-rate rapier? Does your cutlass cut less?
Of course, then we can use also the Brotherhood and all the assassins for the Boston Tea Party. Make that like more of a standoff between the assassins and the Templars.
Be. Appreciate it, friend, but I'm sure they'll be back.
Yeah, I just wondered, there's also an opportunity to talk to one of the assassin recruits, like potential ones. I think the one we're looking for might be up here. I don't want to trigger off the optional dialogues here, so let's see if we can find the assassin before we actually do everything for them. Definitely be in this unfogged area here. Maybe it's to the north, actually, the one that I'm looking for. Because this could still be part of the... Yeah, this is currently part of this guy's... of Clipper. And then the other unknown contact we can find in the North District here. Okay, in that case, let's go down here and find Clipper. Talk to him before we finish all of the liberation missions here. Can also start sending out Stefan on contracts now. By going to the assassin menu, then we can go to contracts and start working on the different colonies here. I'm gonna focus on level 1 difficulty ones, so let's start with Quebec. Fort Saint Jean. Major Guy Carton is set to relieve the siege of Fort Saint Jean right north and make sure he never arrives.
Don't mean to bother you, but I couldn't help but notice what you've done. Real good of you.
What is happening here?
Regulars have taken to conscribing the young ones round here. It's not right. I was thinking that maybe we could do some good together, if you had the time.
What would you have me do?
More of the same, actually. I got a plan cooking, but the folks need to know they've got someone to turn to. Find me when you're done. There's still conscribing kids all over. But I wager you've been off frying bigger fish.
Okay, so that's the dialogue you can trigger before actually finishing all of the liberation missions here. Which is nice because it gives you a bit of an introduction to the character here. Hey there, Afro. Is this a New York or Boston outfit? So this is actually the Charleston outfit. Combination of blue, red, and a bit of white, I guess, at the front.
Let's go.
Shove off. We'll get him.
My mum will be grateful. Thanks. This tea is a...
Give me just 1 sec, guys. Okay. Let's carry on here with the liberation missions.
The news of our times in today.
Also seems like Stefan actually didn't succeed in this mission. Stefan is always a curse for me for some reason. There's like over 70% chance of succeeding, but for me at the start when he's having such low, I guess, accuracy to succeed, you know, he usually fails for me for some reason. Don't know why, but that's like always happening to me.
You are free of this.
Thanks, mister. You've a kind heart. I'm going home.
Thank you, thank you.
In the name of the king!
Help me! Good of you to help, but these recruiters are relentless.
Okay. That liberates all of the conscripted soldiers, like forcefully conscripted. Should be one more, right? Maybe I gotta talk to Clipper again or something. Let's go back here. See what he says.
Commit the posted base to your
crazy how many switches after you, even on like the lowest notoriety, super quickly.
You're doing it. The recruiters are scared to go out collecting. We're almost ready to make our move.
Okay, let's go ahead and lose our notoriety here, real quick.
Captain Moore will treat.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be another liberation mission right now for some reason. Fair enough, I guess. In that case, let's go to the north and work on the assassination contract here. I do also want to find the contact first, so let's go ahead and go to the north here and see if she's there. It is Deborah, isn't it? Boston. Not sure if she's in Boston or in New York. I know she's like usually the North District kind of a contact.
Charles Lee?
Yeah, where is he? Hey there, Eline. Welcome in. Oh. Assassination contract. Yes, we could do that.
At St. Paul's this coming Saturday. Gentlemen dilettantes, amateurs.
Empty that purse.
God forsake.
Piss off. You want to catch a beating? Get closer. Keep moving. You won't catch him. Leave off him.
Come on. Posse, please. I was just not coming. Thank you. He's gonna escape. Never mind. It's kind of annoying when you're like stuck in an animation and meanwhile your target's like running away from you.
Holds the duty to tax the English people. Any refusal to abide by those laws is an affront to the rule of law. God save the king! For cheerful diversion at all times of year, contract the musical services of fellow Burford and Fruff.
the dog also wants to attack us, apparently. Can't even bribe this guy. He's too scared. But yeah, I'm doing good, thank you, Eline. I hope you're having a decent day so far. Yeah, looking forward to build off a Brotherhood a little bit today. And welcome back. So I gotta find our contact in the north here. No idea where they're hiding.
Come on! Hey, I'll give you a real shock. You act like a dandy. Keep talking and see where it gets you.
Alrighty, let's go. I found the contact. Maybe actually gotta do one of them first before you unlock contact. Yeah, it's Duncan Little. Let's head over here and talk to him. He's actually the little kid at the start of AC3 when Haven was inside the theater killing his target. But Haven kind of like showed they should be quiet and shouldn't scream. It's something that Duncan will even tell us about later in the story.
So you're the lad. Neighborhood could use more men of action like yourself. My name is Connor. That's a lovely name for a man from Wales. What's your real name? Radohan Kedon. A strong name. You should use it. Mine's Duncan. Plain as they come. If you've the time to spare, I'd urge you to keep on doing what you're doing. This infernal gang needs to be stopped. How's it going, lad? I imagine you're busy these days. Not much has changed with regards to our local thugs. I'll leave you to it.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take care of it.
Empty that purse.
God-forsaken thugs!
Piss off. You want to catch a beating? Get closer. Keep moving, mate. You won't catch him. Leave.
He's gone. It's just another day around here.
There's more dialogue apparently. Let's head back here because also another liberation mission right next to it.
Empty that purse.
God-forsaken thugs!
Piss off. You want to catch a beating? Get closer. Keep moving. You won't catch him. Leave off him.
Hey, thanks, stranger. Those chaps better run the place late. Good that somebody's
Jeez, so many people. Yeah, the conflict breaks out in AC3. Then happens real.
Your work is bearing fruit, my boy. And I'm close to figuring out who's orchestrating this ugly symphony. But something's got people spooked beyond the usual gang stuff. Odd. Anyway, keep on it.
A wall. Okay then. I still wonder why there hasn't been a liberation mission in this district anymore. But that's alright. Let's head over here. Really gotta lose some notoriety as well here.
If any should sight this crazed killer, do not seek to apprehend him yourselves, but notify a watchman immediately.
Good citizens, upon your conduct.
A letter? For me?
A letter? For me? Good morning, Grace. I hope you're doing well. And yeah, I'm doing quite well. Playing a bit more AC3 today, looking for Charles Lee. Usual. Instead of Where's Wally, a book where Shardsley or screenshots from the game. Yeah, somebody should actually write a book about that. I'm sure it would make more money than any recent release of Assassin's Creed. Guaranteed. Because everybody's looking for Shardsley, really. Always.
Empty that purse.
God-forsaken thugs!
Give me all your coin.
Piss off. You want to catch a beating? Get close. You won't catch him.
Good of you to try anyway. It's more than most do.
Kevin. So, I have done all of the liberation missions I can do right now. And I can also talk to Duncan one more time. I can also talk to Stefan apparently now. For some extra dialogue, I reckon. But yeah, let's go to Duncan first. See what he has to say. Okay, never mind. It just showed us a symbol, but there's no extra dialogue here. Kind of wonder why the next liberation mission haven't spawned yet. Maybe I gotta do the next main story. I do think the next main story is the Boston Tea Party, and I remember having recruited all of the assassins before doing it in a previous playthrough. So it should be possible, technically. I gotcha, Grace. Yeah, that's understandable. I guess, you know, that's there's like lots of cost in advance. Yeah, that would definitely make the wallet cry. Like about 900 euro just like that's gone. That's for like 2 weeks, right?
Stefan, how is your ale? Peace, but it gets the job done. My father would be disgusted, but after a day's work with you, a man needs to unwind. I would prefer a nice bottle of wine, but these colonies lack refinement.
Your father?
Mon père, he was a great man. A cook in the French army during the 7 Years' War. He marched all across the White North, feeding Louis-Joseph de Montcalm and his officers, cooking them feasts from sticks and berries. When the commander-in-chief opted for open conflict over manning the battlements of Quebec, every man was called to arms, including my father. He died on the field, but I'm told he fought ferociously. It matters little. He's gone now.
He would be proud of you.
This is my one hope, that he smiles upon the choices I made. Connor, do you have time to sit?
I do.
Good. I have been meaning to ask you, how did you come to all this?
I did not ask for it, but I feel it was meant to happen. I was just a boy when I met Achilles. He made me a warrior.
That easy. I miss the kitchen, if you can believe it. I had more control in that world than I ever will in the one we inhabit. But more people get to taste the fruit of my labor in this line of work, and for that, I am satisfied.
We may change things yet, if we press on.
Frenchmen from the north never grow weary. Just ask the women.
Yeah, no kidding, Grace. If that was per year, then it would be good. But hey, I hope it's definitely gonna be a good time for you for the 2 weeks. That it's worth an investment. Definitely sounds like it will be. Okay, but yeah, that's all of the liberation missions I currently have available. Apparently. Let's have a quick look at the frontier here to see if there's any new dialogue that may have spawned in the Mohawk village. Okay, nothing here. Oh, I just realized there's actually treasure in the fort. That's already liberated. They usually give like lots and lots of money, like 7k or something. Let's have a look back at the Homestead here to see if there's any new dialogue or Homestead missions or anything. Exactly, Grace, you know. It's gonna be a good test run as well, I guess, to see how much you enjoy being there and if you would like to stay there on a longer basis as well. Okay, nothing new here. Means we could now do the next main story, but I think I might actually do a pack leg mission. They're quite cool. They're kind of like the tomb levels, I guess, from the Ezio games. At least comparable to that. You're not sad about getting to visit all your friends too? That's really nice as well. But you already have like lots of contacts there. How many times have you actually been to the Netherlands before, Grace?
To what do I owe this great honor, Captain?
The letters you speak of, what are they?
Oh, now you want to know. Captain Kidd's letters, boy. He hid a great treasure somewheres and sent letters to 4 of his crewmen along with a strange piece of leather. If you find the men, you'll find the scallywag. It's that easy, 'tis.
May I see them?
Ha! You might be a captain, but you're not too bright, are you? I'll barter with them. You give me some trinkets I like, and I'll give you a letter. Building my own treasure cache, see?
Trinkets? Like what? Where?
Use your imagination, Captain. There's interesting swag all over the frontier.
William Kidd. Captain William Kidd was a Scottish privateer turned pirate and the center of numerous pirate legends. Not much is known about Kidd before the late 17th century. Even his year of birth is approximate. It's reasonably certain he's from Scotland, but that's about it. Every good pirate needs a mysterious past. Kidd first appears in historical records in 1689, when he's listed as a captain. He was a privateer for Britain and the West Indies before sailing for New York City, where he lived for several years. In 1695, Kidd was given a privateer's commission to hunt ships in the Indian Ocean, and headed for Madagascar, which at the time was a known pirate haven. Then Kidd disobeyed the terms of his privateer's commission, attacking ships in the Red Sea. No one is quite sure why, but I guess that's pirates for you. The bonkers. When Kidd returned to the West Indies in 1699, he found that he was a hunted man. He sold his ship, the Quetta Merchant, in Hispaniola, and headed up the coast for a new ship. Kit knew he was likely to be caught and wanted to have a bargaining chips to secure his own freedom, so he started hiding treasure as he went. The idea being that he could later give away the locations in order to save his own skin. Kit was finally captured when he returned home to New York. He tried to talk and buy his way out of arrest, but it didn't work out. He was hanged for piracy in 1701, which must have been so annoying. As for Kit's treasures, it's known that he buried some of it in Gardiner's Island, off the coast of Long Island, New York. That part was eventually recovered after Kit's death. Nobody knows what else he hid, but speculation still rages today over how much he buried and where. That sounds good too, Grace, you know? But yeah, I mean, definitely try that too, I guess, if it shouldn't work out in the Netherlands, you know? Would definitely love to have you. Ah, okay, I gotcha, Grace. But it's gonna be cool to finally get out there and really explore like the country, you know? The couch sloth. I was about to say the calf sloth. But yeah, no worries. I definitely get that. I usually also have trouble spelling in the morning. The pirates are bonkers. They definitely have to be to a certain degree, you know. As you've also witnessed in Black Flag.
What you got for me? Ah, you brought me some good pieces. That's worth a letter to be sure. Here you go, Captain.
I will be back for the rest.
Okay, I'm not gonna read all of these letters in this playthrough. I'm just gonna focus on database entries for people and events. But yeah, this one looked the first Pegleg mission. Which is over here, the Fort Wolcott. With trouble spelling 24 hours a day, but you're still working on coffee, so it's worse. That's fair enough too, I guess. Infiltrate Fort Wolcott to recover Captain Kidd's treasure map.
Fort doesn't look as abandoned as it should. Looks occupied as can be.
I will need something to draw their attention then. Once you lose sight of me, wait for 10 minutes, then bombard the fort. I will slip out under cover of the shelling.
Aye, aye, sir. Sounds a trifle dangerous, but I'm sure you're up to it. I doubt they let convicted pirates like old Lucky Lem out of his cell much, so if his little scroll is anywhere, it's there.
I gotcha, Grace. It would be like a nice way to get started, I guess. And Hanover is also a really nice city too. Been there a couple times.
Form ranks! Present arms! Position 1! Position 2! Move!
I will have to circle around to avoid the courtyard.
It's probably a gull or a wreck.
The only intruders we get here anyway. Oh.
Who would ever attack this fort, I ask you? Nobody. No reason to. They sent us here because the captain did something wrong. Like what? Buggered if I know.
I wager he buggered something.
Come off it. And keep watch.
Yeah.
It wasn't planned here. I'm gonna chill for a second till he comes back because we gotta do 3 ledge assassinations here or we full sync. Nice. I gotcha, Grace. That sounds good, I guess. It would definitely be on the way back to the Netherlands as well from Berlin. Definitely good connection there. Can I jump over here? Up here. Kinda weird. Well then. Let's go back up, I guess.
Double time! We'll get a whip if we're late for the captain's address. I'm hurrying. I'm hurrying.
Overhearing you lot complaining of his assignment. The fort is means. Command is punishing the captain for what happened in Poland. I've had enough! We are here under orders, I need not remind you, to hold Fort Wolcott against the rebels at all costs. And that is all that need concern you. You are not trained to comment on strategy, nor are you aware of rebel movements. So put a stop to it. The next man I hear questioning the validity of our post will receive 10 lashes and 7 days in the old dungeon without rations. Is that clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Check the dirt sheet for duties and details for the coming week. B Company will be in drills and without rum rations until they properly execute formations 2 and 3. Such sloppy marching will not be tolerated.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh really, Grace? Damn. Definitely sounds like you deserved one big time.
That lurcher is out of his head. Who would do that to a man? Jackanapes deserved everything he got. We won't tolerate such behavior. Let that be a lesson to the rest of you.
He didn't mean anything by what he said.
You're getting stuck.
I just don't think it's right.
Jesus. I swear. So first if this happens, either that you just bug out here. And if you should jump forward high profile, I will see you. And high profile is the only way to get away from here. Fucking hell. Honor.
It lies under the eagle's bed.
Okay, if it's gonna be force detection here.
Let's see what you got, rebel.
You're late, Captain.
Those occupying the fort were less than thrilled by my presence.
And?
And what?
The damned scroll, you muckworm. Was it there?
That it was, Mr. Faulkner.
Oh yeah, our first Pegleg mission. I gotcha, Grace. Yeah, that was really unfortunate, you know, when all of that went down. All of the plans that people had to cancel and completely restructure their life as well, you know, to some degrees. Just really unfortunate. Okay. Let's head back to Boston actually. I wanna see if any new liberation missions have spawned. And if not, then we can do the next main story with a Boston Tea Party. Okay, no new ones. So I wanna go up here and kind of like unfog that area just to see if anything spawns there. But everything actually gets unlocked with the viewpoints here, so we have to do a bit of like menu exploration as well. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. It really might be that they only spawn after the next main story here. Okay, fair enough. In that case, let's do main story. Right, Elaine? Gotta stay updated on all the chaos that Grace will unleash. Hey, the Harbinger, welcome in, dude. I saw you started a new playthrough of AC3? Nice. This time with...
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
With 100% sync as well.
Cargo and all.
But definitely is undertaking.
Refuses to let
I wish you all the best of luck.
us to take the tea.
Getting it done
The duties.
can be quite fulfilling.
Thank you kindly to the king.
The king can kindly kiss my arse. You'd like that, wouldn't you? You can kiss it as well.
Enough! What hope have we of resisting if we're arguing amongst ourselves?
Send the tea back to England, I say!
If Adams keeps giving these speeches, he's apt to end up installed.
They wouldn't dare.
I've seen men punished for far less.
If the Tories think that'll quiet the people, they've another thing coming. They touch a hair on his head and he becomes a martyr.
The finest
Muskets will do what words won't.
Right. Want to be hanged?
There's nothing treasonous about calling for freedom.
Tell it to the king and his cronies.
Men like Adams, they talk and nothing happens. Naught will change until we act.
Give it time.
I've given more than any man should. We all have.
proper opinions.
Just avoid the general area of light in July, you'll probably be fine. You're about to explore underground Boston, this time you will use a map. Nice. That's definitely a good plan, I think. Because, yeah, it can be a bit tricky to navigate through there. What also always helps me is kind of like lighting all of the torches. Kind of like, no, okay, that's actually where I went before. Leiden is the best city out there. I haven't actually been to Leiden yet. But I always wanted to visit the Netherlands, like, properly. Yeah, no worries, Harbinger. Definitely understandable. I hope you enjoy your playthrough with AC3. And thanks for lurking as well. The tea party.
What happens now?
We wait for the signal.
What signal?
This meeting can do nothing further to save the country.
That one.
Evening, gentlemen. Shall we be off?
No.
What's the matter?
I have spent today drawn from one bit of madness to another with nothing to show for it. Before I go any further, I would like to know exactly what it is you intend.
Of course. First, we make our way to Nathaniel Bradley's house to fetch the rest of our little group. Then it's on to Griffin's Wharf, where we board the ships and dump the tea. Simple as that.
Simple seems a bit charitable.
Cheer up, Connor. For tonight, we are all victors. The Sons of Liberty get to send a message to England, and you rob William Johnson of his financing. Your village will be saved.
I've an idea. Why don't you lead the way? That should keep us out of any further trouble. Am I right?
Savage.
Damn it, more guards.
We need to turn the crowd's anger to our advantage.
Say the word, Connor, and I will make it so.
Alrighty. Sons of Liberty was a name given to a number of protest groups that formed to protest the Stamp Act and stayed together afterward, organizing anti-British rallies and enforcing boycotts in the lead up to the revolution. It was like a friendly club for angry men. Although the groups would later become more coordinated, they started separately. Sons of Liberty was a usual choice for a name because it was a popular phrase meaning colonists at the time. As you might predict given the name, the Sons were mostly middle class and yes, male merchants, lawyers and politicians. Paul Revere was likely a member of a Boston group, to give you an example. The Sons in all of the colonies went above using violence and intimidation to get their way. Who was? They threatened all of the stamp distributors into resigning, with the Boston group going so far as to destroy the local distributors' offices, and parade him through town before he quit in a very public and likely terrified resignation speech. Given that, it probably won't surprise you to learn that they earned a reputation for being the radical wing of the Patriots, rallying the people and sometimes losing control of them. The public protests in Boston turned into an angry mob that burned the governor's mansion. Some groups of the Sons were also known to tar and feather British officials, and sometimes loyalists. You know, standard good guy stuff, what a really terrific way to blow off steam. Yeah, they definitely were the good guys, right? I mean, that's awesome, Eli. A cat cafe. You can have a coffee and you can pet some cats. Sounds like a nice combo. I think I've actually seen that before. Not sure if it was in the Netherlands. But yeah, I have seen kind of like examples of cat cafes before, which was really cool. Also, fun fact about Leiden. It's actually German for suffering. I'm not sure if it means the same in Dutch, you know. But yeah, literally translate into German as suffering. Or suffer. Not sure if that's a good sign. You'll be suffering through school. Leiden, which is pronounced the same, is also suffering, is it? That's funny. Well then, I guess it was meant to be. Okay, hold up. I gotta do... Never mind, they don't show the option objectives yet. This is definitely an open conflict scenario, nothing really I can do about not getting into conflict here. Still don't have optional objectives here, do I? Yeah, they still have to be unlocked.
We need to keep those bastards at bay while the tea is being dumped. Let me help. I'm yours to command.
The Boston Tea Party. This was one of the key events leading up to the American Revolution. Protesters, some dressed in full native garb, boarded 3 ships docked in Boston Harbor and threw their cargoes of tea overboard to protest British taxes. Throwing tea into a harbor probably broke a world record for making the biggest cup of tea ever, though if there was one statement guaranteed to rival Britain, it is the unnecessary waste of a perfectly good tea. So simple enough, but the lead up to it is a bit more complex. The East India Company actually wanted to sell their tea to all of the colonies at a cut rate to boost its flagging profits. However, taxes on the tea could have been paid out to the British the instant the tea was unloaded in Boston Harbor. And the colonists had a long-standing problem with paying taxes to Britain when they had no representatives in British Parliament. Offering discount tea while still collecting the tax on it was viewed by the colonists as a trick to get them to agree to Parliament's authority over them. Protesters turned back ships carrying tea to New York and Philadelphia, and if that had happened in Boston, the problem would have been solved. Unfortunately, the governor of Boston wouldn't let the tea ships leave once they were in the harbor. I guess they figured the public would come round eventually and just pay the tax, because everyone likes a bargain. But that never happened. In fact, protests got bigger and bigger until a meeting at the Old South Meeting House. A mob broke away from the crowd there and dumped the tea, solving the impasse and wasting the tea. I shuddered as I wrote that. The British reacted to the protest by sending British troops under Thomas Gage to occupy the town. They also closed the Boston Harbor, part of several laws they created to punish the colonists that were dubbed the Coercive Acts. Of course, these laws didn't gain them any sympathy with the colonists, and led fairly directly to the outbreak of the revolution. Tea is important business. Okay, so now we gotta do a musket air assassination here. That works. I've gotta throw British into the water. Threw one of my guys into water. Oh, and technically another one, but it didn't count for some reason. Come on. Take me. Like how that doesn't count either, like, seriously? One. Can you please go in the water? What the fuck is happening? I swear. Oh boy. Can I please counter a game? What the fuck? Come on now. Thank you. Freaking finally. Okay. We are good.
done it!
Gunner? We saved the last one for you. Best we get out of here, huh?
The bitch please faithful. Gotta love it. It's like, you wanna get your tea? Well, there you go. If it's just a newspaper article here. Was that Haven busted? It wasn't. There was William Johnson in the middle, and then right next to him, of course, Charlesley. Haven didn't join for the Boston Tea Party here. Alrighty. I guess it's time to go back to Davenport.
It is done.
Johnson is dead?
No. He retreated when we destroyed the tea.
Only to hatch some new scheme, I'm sure. You should have killed him.
There was no need.
Time will tell if you speak the truth.
Radun Hagedum! Radun Hagedum!
Ganandokon, why are you here? Has something happened?
William Johnson has returned with all the money required to buy our land. He meets with the elders as we speak. I have begged him to resist, but I fear he shall have his way unless you intervene.
How is this possible? We destroyed the tea.
The Templars are nothing if not resourceful. You should have heeded my warning.
Please, you have to stop him.
Of course. Can you tell me where they're meeting?
Yeah. That's the thing, right? Like, if possible, Connor would avoid killing, you know. But now they really force his hand here. And yeah, like, if he would have killed William Johnson, then, you know, a lot of other deaths might have been avoided. It will happen now as part of the hostile negotiations, I guess. So to the frontier we go. Then it's time to stop William Johnson once and for all.
Izzy not gonna daradi t'ganusad in Johnson's yun jot the roxta. Guahigan sie wat neganun hardadum hagedum.
Da der hardat guaganto.
Reach Johnson undetected. So we have actually a new database entry here regarding the coercive acts, which is a new event. The coercive acts, sometimes called the Intolerable Acts, were a series of laws passed by British Parliament in response to the Boston Tea Party. Among other things, these laws replaced the elected Massachusetts legislature with an appointed one and closed Boston Harbor until the East India Company was reimbursed for the tea, which, let's be honest, was never going to happen. The acts were a major blow against Massachusetts' economy and self-government. The acts got their name because British Parliament hoped that the crackdown would coerce the citizenry into behaving like good little colonists and stop the violent protest, as the same thing happened to them. Unfortunately, the acts had the opposite effect. It made it easier for Whigs to argue for independence and difficult for the Loyalists to argue that Parliament had the best interests at heart. It seemed nobody likes a bully. Hey there, Saffron. Welcome in. Jeg kan gå op her. It works. Oh, seriously. I can tell you, like, the stealth is so freaking weird sometimes in this game compared to others. Like in Black Flag, this would never ever have been a detection. Because you also do it from like a hiding position, right? And this guy's just like turning around, you know, like he has eyes in his back as well. It's like, seriously? Now I gotta climb around the entire way again. Hope it doesn't happen once more. Yeah, they really are. Like, it's definitely one of the most unforgiving stealth systems in the series. And I feel like the remaster probably made it even worse sometimes. At least now that I have a back-to-back comparison with the original that I played recently for the 10-year anniversary. Like guards having eyes on the back, which is kind of ridiculous. fuck. Okay, he's just gonna stand there now, not do anything. How about we just call him over here? The other guy shouldn't be able to see me here. I'm just gonna run past this guy, I think. Just gonna ignore him. Fuck. Close one.
There are those who would betray and manipulate you. But worse yet, take the land by force.
Have I not always been an advocate? Have I not always sought to protect you from harm?
If you wish to protect us, then give us arms, muskets and horses that we might defend ourselves.
War is not the answer.
We remember, Stanwix. We remember you moved the borders. Even today your men dig up the land, showing no regard for those who live upon it. Your words are honeyed, but false. We are not here to negotiate, nor to sell. We are here to tell you and yours to leave these lands.
So be it. I offered you an olive branch, and you knocked it from my hand. Perhaps you'll respond better to the sword.
Are you threatening us?
Yes.
Yeah, what a lovely fella, isn't he? The Treaty of Fort Stanwix. This treaty was meant to resolve ongoing land disputes between the indigenous people and the ever-encroaching colonist. King George III had established a boundary line in 1763, but it had no basis in reality. No worries, Grace. Thank you for being here and for joining. I hope you have a good day and that work is going well too. And thank you, I definitely will catch you next time. And for those of you who haven't checked out Grace before, definitely consider doing so. She's also a big fan of narratively driven games like Assassin's Creed. She's also gonna be starting Red Dead Redemption at some point and gonna check out those games. And she's also a big fan of indie and point-and-click adventure games as well. So if that sounds like something you would be interested in, definitely go ahead and check it out. Colonists were already living west of the line when it was drawn, not to mention the land wasn't really the king to divvy up. I'm sure that just slipped his mind. Kings can be notoriously forgetful, the poor darlings, when it comes to the rights of others. Members of the Iroquois Confederacy met with William Johnson at Fort Stanwix to negotiate a new boundary line, on behalf of themselves and other smaller nations like the Shawnee. I use the term negotiate rather lightly. In reality, the Iroquois didn't have much choice in signing the agreement. It was give away some of the land and achieve peace, at least temporarily, or fight a long and drawn-out war. The question was only how much. When the treaty was signed, it was generous to Johnson to say the least, even handing over lands the British had left to the Cherokee earlier the same year. In fact, the Stanwix Treaty was so controversial that the British-run Board of Trade ordered Johnson to renegotiate. He refused. Johnson made a fortune speculating on land. I imagine this treaty was quite a windfall for him.
Oh no. What have you done?
Ensured an end to your schemes. You sought to claim these lands for the Templars.
Aye, that we might protect them. Do you think that good King George lies awake at night, hoping that no harm comes to his native subjects? Or that the people of the city care one whit about them? Oh, sure. The colonists are happy to trade when they need food or shelter, or a bit of extra padding for their armies. But when the walls of the city constrict, when there's crops that need soil, when there's no more enemy to fight, we'll see how kind the people are then.
The colonists have no quarrel with the Iroquois.
Not yet, but they will. 'Tis the way of the world. In time, they'll turn. I could have stopped it. I could have saved you all.
You speak of salvation, but you were killing them.
Aye, because they would not listen. And so, it seems, neither will you.
Ayawas ne yate hagum sare am dahyayu ne skanas izagum haje.
That finishes sequence 6.
William Johnson is dead, and with him, the Templar plot to steal the land of my people. But in ending this threat, I have revealed another. On his body was a letter addressed to John Pitcairn containing orders to root out and destroy Patriot weapons and supplies. Should he succeed in this, the colonists will be unable to maintain their resistance, and the Templars will surely take control. So long as Pitcairn lives, the danger remains. I need to find him. He needs to die. I thought it might bring clarity or instill a sense of accomplishment, but all I feel is regret.
Hold fast to that. Such sacrifices must never come lightly.
I had to do it. Not only for my people, but for all the others Johnson would have harmed.
It's a start. But to truly be free of Templar influence, all of them must be dealt with in turn. Even your father.
I know.
You speak the words, but do you believe them? Seems we've company.
What is it?
A request for aid from Paul Revere. Seems the Redcoats are up to something in Boston. Guess you made an impression on the Sons of Liberty.
They mistake me for one of their own. Please tell Mr. Revere he has my sympathies, but I cannot help at present.
You might wish to reconsider. John Pitcairn is mentioned by name.
Where am I to go?
Mr. Revere's house in Boston. If you'd like, I can...
Connor's so determined he just becomes insanely rude. I like that change as well, you know. It's like he's super polite you know, in like saying, in denying that he will help. Then, where's Pitcairn? Get out of my way. It's like, calm down, Connor. Pushing that guy away isn't solving anything either. Exactly, Eline, you know. He's just telling us a message. Not his fault. Okay, so we're now at 31% total sync. Finish the first 6 sequences with 100% sync, which means we're now halfway through the game with the sequences here. But of course, there's many more side missions we can do. But yeah, first I'm gonna go and take a break though. Now that we finished sequence 6, then we're gonna do a fresh start into sequence 7 after the break, and also check out a lot of the side missions that have now spawned. Like the Homestead mission down here, and I'm sure that's gonna unlock a couple of others. So we're gonna focus a bit on that, and then we're gonna start with the Midnight Ride and Paw River, I guess. Hey Vamola, welcome in. Good morning. Thanks, dude, I definitely will. I hope you're doing well. Hope it's a good start into the week so far for you. Awesome. For anybody that hasn't checked out Mola before, definitely consider doing so. He's also a great streamer. He's also been playing the AC games quite recently with the Desmond Saga and Black Flag. And yeah, he's been playing some 7 Days to Die recently with a friend. Well, should be okay, gonna be busy, but you're doing great. That's great to hear. Glad that's the case for you and Gigi. Yeah, I'll be back in just a few, and then we're gonna dive back into sequence 7 here with AC3. So yeah, see you in a bit. Cheers, Mola. I actually haven't checked out the game yet, but yeah, I might come back to that actually, if it aligns time-wise, you know. I know usually playing it quite late for my time. But yeah, maybe on the weekends, if that's one of the times you will be streaming it again, or playing. Ah, I gotcha. That's fair. Yeah, in that case I might check that out actually. Would be fun to play something together. Alright, welcome back, and thank you all for staying tuned for more of AC3. Before we go back into the game and get back into Sequence 7, I do actually want to showcase a couple more of the behind the scenes videos. Already last time we watched the kind of like Ubisoft intern behind the scene series. But there's also one made by IGN where they kind of like interview the developers and show kind of like the outside perspective on the game development process. And yeah, it's gonna be the last bit of behind the scenes we're gonna be watching for this game. It is another 4-parter, I think. Let's actually have a quick look here. Yeah. It's like a 4-part of like 7 to 10 minute videos. So yeah, we're gonna watch that, and afterwards we're gonna go back into the game and continue with Sequence 7. So, hope you enjoy.
One of our goals with Assassin's Creed 3 was to sort of rebuild the franchise from its core. Even though Assassin's Creed is published every year, it's not developed year by year.
Assassin's Creed 3 started in January 2010, where basically a bunch of people coming out of AC2, like AC2 just shipped in November, so they decided to try to explore different ideas, different period as well.
Right when we started, we knew this game had to be a fresh new entry in the franchise and be ambitious and kind of reinvent everything.
We knew this had to be the same kind of jump from, you know, AC1 to AC2. For AC2 to AC3. We know the core of Assassin's Creed. It's the combat, the free-running, social stealth. By keeping an eye on those three things, those three pillars of our gameplay, we could bring the gameplay down to a very sort of basic level and then build it back up again with a lot of new stuff, a lot of new ingredients for the player, different ways of playing.
The way we organized the ramp-up of AC3 is to have most of the core team from AC2 to jump in AC3. And at that time, it was just the start of AC Brotherhood.
And at that stage, there was about 11 or 12 of us, and for the first sort of 6 months, it was probably under 30 people. And we were just talking basically about where it should be set, you know, what time period would work, who our heroes should be. The first two things we decided that we thought would work, one was the idea of the American Revolution, and the second was the idea of a Native American hero. So what we tried to do is build it almost like a pyramid, an inverse pyramid, where you start with these big core decisions, and really you have to stick with them and then work it out from there.
The American Revolution, a lot of the ideas and themes behind it dovetail really nicely with the themes behind the Templar-Assassin conflict. We've had this, you know, millennia-old struggle of free will, you know, versus oppression. The idea that the Templars want to impose their version of the world upon people and sort of control them in that manner. And I think you can draw a parallel in that a lot of patriots may have felt that this is what the Loyalists were trying to do, that they wanted to take the British system and impose it upon these colonies in the Americas. And a lot of people started to resist that idea, this idea of like people that are far away who think they know better are trying to tell me what to do and how to live my life.
I like the fact that when we announced the setting that it was going to be the American Revolution, that people were surprised and were asking how could this work, how would it function, because that meant we had somewhere fresh. And that was really our first goal, was to make sure that it was an unexpected place to set a game, that it was somewhere a game hadn't been set before, and somewhere where we could hopefully do some new stuff. When you have a very small team, before you have a lot of engineers or you have a lot of content creators, you still want to draw a picture for people, something better than a document. So we build a video, a little movie, it's a couple of minutes long, and it tries to be as real as possible. No assets that you couldn't use in the real game. The camera's in the same position that we want the camera to be in the final game. Any weapons you use are ideas we have for gameplay, you know, as systemic and believable as possible.
The target gameplay footage is really critical for just setting, this is what we're aiming for. It gives us basically a living, visible prototype. These are the people I'm gonna see, the kinds of enemies I'll meet, the experience that I want to have for the player. We take that video and we can basically just break that down into a series of different features, right? The things that I'm going to need to be able to give to the coders and the animators and the world team, the sound guys, and say, okay, you know, to execute this, here's the list of things, the features that I need to be able to create this game.
Like any project, we start with ideas, and then first thing we want to do is prototype key ideas or the most risky ideas.
We need to have risk to be lowered right from the start. Like the tree navigation, like we need to know early on that it works. The naval battle, we need to know early on that it works.
On the engine side and on the gameplay side, we have very little at this point. We'll have essentially these test environments where you have, for us it's just like an orange ground texture that has a black grid on it that tells you how far apart things are. And then inside of that, we'll test absolutely everything and do quick prototypes to try out some ideas, see what works, see what doesn't work, decide whether a feature is good enough to use and good enough to build and is going to be fun before we commit to the full-on development of it. So with that came a lot of new engine technologies, and to the extent that we consider it essentially a completely new engine.
We decided to build a new engine for Assassin's Creed 3 based purely on gameplay. So obviously the hardware hasn't changed. We didn't suddenly find, you know, 80 mega RAM that was hidden away in the 360 or the PS3, but we're able to say, if we were going to build an engine that enabled us to create new content, what would happen?
So Anvil Next is the next major iteration of the Assassin's Creed engine. The Frontier is the #1 motivation to do Anvil Next in the beginning. So the first thing we tried was, can we make a forest that looks good but still works with a decent frame rate and is still readable from a gameplay point of view. We also prototype stuff like the Deep Snow came with deformable tracks. In previous games we had water, but it was always like a straight delimitation between water and ground. Now it's progressive beaches, so what do we do with fighting in that thing with knee-deep snow, knee-deep water, animals mixed with that? So it all came from the first prototypes. So another big challenge that came pretty quickly was the number of NPCs on screen, both for battlefields and from cities like New York. We thought we can cheat and block people's line of sight so they don't see as far. But in the end, because of the battlefields, we also had another reason to develop a new tech that now enables us to render over 2,000 NPCs at once. And we use the same tech to solve both problems. We didn't find all the answers back then, but we found a lot of questions that we had to answer. It took maybe a year and a half to finally say, yeah, I think we have a recipe, we have a good idea, we think we're gonna make it.
Coming up with how Connor looked, I think, was one of the hardest things we had to do in the game.
Connor is our main hero. He's half Native American, half British. He was raised by the Mohawk tribes.
He's a lot stronger than the previous assassins. This assassin like bludgeons and he beats up and he breaks arms and legs. You'll see the pain on the enemy's faces when he's taking them out.
We wanted a character who was noble, who was out to fight against injustice wherever he saw it.
Connor is our latest protagonist in the Assassin's Creed franchise, at least in the past portion of the game. He is of mixed ethnicity. He has a mother that is of Kanyan-Gehaga origin and a father that is of European descent.
Connor is really someone who's different to Altair, who was driven by duty. It was his job to be an assassin. He's different from Ezio, who was driven by revenge. We wanted a character who was noble, who was out to fight against injustice wherever he saw it, instead of just personal revenge or just because it was a task he had to pursue.
Connor's got this very strong ideology, and he believes, much as the assassins do, is that all people should be free to sort of forge their own path through life. He is opposed to those that oppress, that terrorize, that would seek to impose their view of the world on others. And so that could be anything from, colonials to potentially other people that he lives with. He is at least initially intrigued by the message of the American Revolution, although he certainly never declares himself a patriot or joins the Patriot Army or anything like that. He just happens to see people that are fighting for what he believes to be the same core values that he holds.
We wanted it to be muddy. We wanted him to be often confused about whether what he was doing was the right thing. We wanted the world to get in the way, but really for events not to play out the way he expected.
He sees the world as being very black and white. There is a clearly defined good and evil out there, or so he at least initially believes. And so this is sort of the guy that you take control of and come into his life at a fairly early age and then follow him for several decades as he grows and matures and learns the meaning of things like compromise and balance and shades of gray.
Connor was raised by the Mohawk Nation. We really felt that we want to honor that nation. And for that, we want to have someone that came from Native origins as an actor. The performance for Connor needed to be calm, but at the same time, you had to feel that he could get really angry for things that he felt were just, and it had to be just in his voice.
Simple seems a bit charitable. Cheer up, Connor. For tonight, we are all victors.
Coming up with how Connor looked, I think, was one of the hardest things we had to do in the game. We knew we wanted him to be Native American, but what does that mean? We have an 18th century, setting, we have Native American as an idea, and we have this sort of very iconic assassin's costume. And we felt that if we went completely period, we would lose this unique quality that the assassin has. We can put an assassin on a poster and many gamers can immediately identify him, even if it's a different flavor. But at the same time, we didn't want him to just stick out like a sore thumb. So the way we approached it in the end was this idea that being an assassin is almost a job. You go to that job and you wear the uniform of that job, and that's the assassin's hood. That said, he would then customize it. He would go back and touch it up and bring his own personality to it.
Trying to make a new assassin, it's an abstract challenge. You've got to try and make it the same character, but Connor's different from Ezio and Altair, so we tried to get in a bit of his personality, and that was the big challenge there, was trying to make it the same but different. When we started working on him, it was like the previous assassins, where they were kind of smaller guys in lots of armor, and the more we worked with Connor, we wanted to make him heavier and stronger. We found that we kept working with the silhouette to make him good from all angles. If you don't have a good silhouette on a character, then the animation just will never look good. And we kept stripping things away and found out that he became bulkier and bulkier, so he's a lot stronger than the previous assassins, and that really informed a lot of the way he jumps. So he uses a lot of effort. He's no longer just gracefully sailing through the sky like a swan.
A lot of the improvements are in the animation section. There's rarely an animation playing on Connor that is not procedurally deformed with foot placement or inverse kinematic, and lots of techniques that we use to make it more realistic, more grounded in the environment.
Because we were using a lot of procedural stuff on top of the animation, we have a layer of physics on top of the assassin all the time. We went to mocap, and we would actually capture an actor running around, shifting his weight, changing his balance, putting his feet different places, and then we just take that and be able to use it as reference and then animate it and try and recreate it with programs.
We want to have animations that are responsive, so that if you press a button, you want to have it happen really fast. You don't want to have to wait for the nice motion of the guy coming in and swinging. Our animators, they go in, they decide, okay, this is going to be our enter frame, and they decide at which points they can exit, at which point they can use a counter. So we really break down our animations into multiple small animations that can then be adjusted for gameplay with our programmers.
We wanted the combat in AC3 to be more brutal than it was before. We wanted it to be rougher. I think anytime you have a war setting, it is by definition a little more brutal. And we also felt that the setting itself was a little dirtier. You know what I mean? Like lots of the story of the American Revolution is the story of people versus the elements, or people versus armies, or people versus hunger. And we wanted that to come through even in the fighting style.
Whereas Previous assassins, just they'd stab. This assassin bludgeons and he beats up and he breaks arms and legs. Because he's stronger, he can lift characters up, so we put in a lot of wrestling moves in there as well. We basically threw out the old fight system, started again from scratch, so a lot of the controls have changed, and we managed to keep it really fluid though. You can counter at any stage, and we cover all different distances.
For us, we wanted to create more strategy, more options, more ways of challenging the player. So we settled on this scheme where instead of using the right trigger to counter, you would tap B. It would start a counter, but you would have to choose on the face buttons how to finish that counter. So you can hit B again and you'll just throw the guy. You can hit A and you'll stun him, disarm him, hit X and you'll kill him, hit Y and you'll use your tool. So with that, we can create enemies that'll resist any of those moves. We can challenge you to basically take a different approach on each enemy archetype that you come against.
Connor himself is a dual-wielding specialist. He's always using two weapons at the same time. It allows for a beautiful animation. It also allows for more fluidity in the player response.
We found that it was really nice to always have the knife. You can always have the knife and a sword, or a knife and a tomahawk, and a knife and the other hidden blade. It made us able to do a lot more fast moves, directional things. One thing that was cool though is facial expressions, and that really adds a lot. We bring in the camera close and you'll see Connor's effort, and you'll see the pain on the enemy's faces when he's taking them out.
With combo killing, we looked at it and we basically just said, hey, we want this to be really generous, but only if you have the right strategy for attacking people. You can chain your kills in between people, and you kill one person, move to the next, and move to the next. But the enemies, we wanted them to be able to interrupt you in the middle of that. We want them to be able to defend themselves from that. We want the player to have to choose the correct approach against a different enemy archetype to defeat them. So we're bringing the same sort of model of choose the correct face button to continue your kill streak.
Hopefully, in the end, we've delivered a really well-rounded, believable character who, you have mixed feelings about throughout the game. At the end, you love him, but I'm also hoping that for once in a game, you have moments where you understand his conflict with other characters.
That decision to do the Frontier affected absolutely everything. It's almost a 2K by 2K world.
We spent a long time looking at rock climbing and different handholds that you have to use.
We really wanted to show off and do a lot with the animals, not just about navigation and reactions.
To execute the tree running was one of our biggest challenges. That effort alone took so many people, so much time to get right.
We didn't want it to look like Tarzan. We wanted the forest to look real.
When we were looking at the American Revolution, we wanted to make sure that players were going to experience the full scope of life in this era. And obviously this is a new frontier for people. This is where humanity is extending out into this vast unknown world, unknown to Europeans. And we wanted to be able to translate that experience and give that to you when you were playing it. We could have taken the choice of just being restricted to the cities, but I think we would have been missing out on a huge amount of what it means to live in this era, in this location.
Games are often built on straight lines and rules, and nature has very few straight lines and not many, rules on the level of sort of visual shapes and sizes. There's no boxes, there's no perfectly flat surfaces often.
With a city, you can almost consider unfolding it, right? And it becomes a flat terrain, right? It's a much less complicated problem than a forest where you have a fully 3D environment, where you have terrain everywhere and then things going up, branches, beams coming out of them, and a lot of choice about where you can go at any given time.
The world team itself is built up of level artists and level designers. Their goal is to make a beautiful and believable and functional play space, to take the concept of the frontier and to rebuild that and include all the kind of features that you'd expect, streams and cliffs and forests, and then leave enough room for the gameplay. And then when the mission designer comes through after that and builds their mission on top of that, then there's a negotiation process. So they will roughly position it, and then go back to the world team and say, hey, you know what would make this mission even better if I could get, a bunch of wolves here, or if this slope was steeper, or if there was a dense forest I had to move through as part of this mission. And it goes back and forth several times to try and really tighten that mission and deliver the best possible experience.
Creating the Frontier map, which is by far the biggest map we've ever created. It's a completely different style of terrain. We were forced to really reevaluate how we do everything about our navigation systems, our stealth systems, and even the combat was drastically affected by this. When you have the kind of fight system we have where we expect to see connection between your weapons, when I block, I want it to actually connect. Doing that on an undulating terrain was an enormous technical challenge for us.
When we added on top the seasons, winter was another challenge, or the change between summer and winter would have to disappear during winter or appear during winter, like the tall grass, for example. So you remove the grass, add the snow. Snow had to be deformable, and we wanted the tracks that people make and animals make in the snow to be remembered. Even if you go a bit further and you come back, the tracks will still be there, so that was a challenge.
When we realized that we wanted to have an assassin who was as capable in the wilderness as previous assassins had been in cities, we realized it was a huge challenge. We didn't want it to look like Tarzan, and we didn't want it to look like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, for example. We wanted it to be believable and tactile, and we wanted the forest to look real.
The number of trees and branches to display, any developer could tell you that the leaves and transparency is always costly on the GPU, so a forest obviously was a big problem, so we had to adapt the whole rendering engine to be able to display a forest.
To execute the tree running was one of our biggest challenges. Usually when you see a forest in a video game, it's just an obstacle. There are things that are in your way and they're going to stop you moving through, and that's it. For us, it's a playground. Just take a few steps here, you'll be jumping up into this thing, and then you'll be just experiencing a whole new navigation that you've never had before.
Navigation is probably the strongest pillar of the Assassin's Creed franchise. It's always been beautiful and easy to use and allowed us to traverse all kinds of crazy environments. But when we took it to the forest, we had a whole new set of challenges. Trees are often not flat, they're V-shapes, all these unusual degrees of separation and distances. So instead, for example, of every tree needing to be 8 feet high, because that was how high the animation was, we built a system where basically it could be anywhere from 6 to 10, and the animation would work around it. And we did that for all kinds of things, moving between how wide the angle was on the V-shapes within trees, how broad the branches were, how far apart they were. And luckily, once you get all of those together and position them in the world within many different degrees of those ranges, you start to get a more natural, believable landscape. We felt that stealth was one of the underutilized features in the game. It became more and more combat and navigation focused. And while we know that we don't want to force people to play super stealthily, we want to give people more options. So we built some features in the game, such as tall grass or bushes that are mobile hide spots that you can move through and remain hidden, so you can sneak up on enemies from a distance.
When you're up in the trees, you're much less detectable than you are on the ground.
We wanted sort of a branch layer within the forest where you could be above your enemies, assassinating from above. We built some new tools, such as the rope dart, which allow you to kill silently and create distractions. We have sort of traps in this game, which we built originally for animals, the idea of trapping and snaring animals in the frontier, but they're also useful against people. So we tried as much as possible to sort of extend the toolkit for players in terms of stealth.
For the animals of Assassin's Creed 3, we decided we wanted to create a hunting system and allow you to be able to go after the animals and hunt them. But I wanted more than just sort of reactive hunting. Typically, when you see animals in a video game, it's just, oh, there's an animal, okay, I'm gonna kill him, and that's my choice. That's the extent of it. I wanted to be able to bring a sense of tracking animals. If an animal comes along and marks its territory, bears scratch their back on trees, they do all sorts of crazy stuff. You can analyze the signs, see the footprints, and say, okay, there's an animal over here somewhere, I'm gonna go chase after him.
Yeah, man. One of the goals was to turn the crowd life of the game into the wildlife, and it was a fun challenge because you can't motion capture animals, so we had to keyframe and animate every single thing. Obviously we used video reference, but we went out to wildlife centres and filmed the animals, just watched them. You can't see them running around, so we used videos for that, but we got the details and like little ear movements, the way they'll shift their weight, how heavy a bear is. When it turns around, it's constantly like putting its weight on each leg.
We created the hunting map as well, which is basically an overlay on the game map where it breaks up the frontier into various different regions, and you can see what animals you've discovered in each region. So if you're looking for a particularly rare or difficult to find animal, you'll have a much better clue of the areas that you can discard because you've already fully explored them. So, okay, I'm gonna have to check up in this corner over here to see if there's a bobcat hanging around over there. I wanted to be able to bring some of that sort of National Geographic life of animals to players inside of the game and show them a lot of the behaviors and activities that animals get up to in this environment.
We really wanted to show off and do a lot with the animals, not just about navigation and reactions. We wanted to have these specific little magical moments that you'll find throughout the game in AC3.
I think we have over 20 different animals that you can interact with. You don't just go and look at them or kill them. Because the wilderness is kind of empty, if it's just trees and bushes, you want to be able to have this emptiness and then occasionally happen upon a deer or happen upon a bear and get into a fight. And it's up to you what you want to do with animals. You can scare them away, you can kill them, or you can just watch them.
I'm very proud of what we achieved, especially with the wilderness. I remember 3 years ago, we weren't sure at all if we were going to be able to pull it off. And today the frontier is massive, it's rich in details, it looks beautiful, and it works.
For Assassin's Creed, history is our playground.
All of the historical people and events are recreated as they are in a history book or in a documentary, but you, the assassin, are this sort of vein of fiction running through the middle.
Boston's a 1-to-3 scale. It's huge, the time it takes for a player to walk from here to the end of the neck.
Aim, and then turn your head, because when you pull the trigger, this blows up and would burn your face.
The revolution would not have succeeded without navies.
The office tagline is history is our playground, and we take it very, very seriously. We do a lot of research. We have historical advisors on staff. We try as much as possible to put anything that's objective, so a costume or a building or an event, to have it play out as accurately as possible. But obviously it's really just a background for our story. It's the backdrop that we set our game inside, so we build a fictional narrative that runs through it. So we try to say all of the historical people and events are recreated as they are in a history book or in a documentary, but you, the assassin, are this sort of vein of fiction, this made-up story running through the middle.
We started in the time before the revolution and went into a couple of years after its conclusion so that we had a wide space to play in. We tried to choose moments that were familiar to people, that would resonate, and then a couple of moments that might be new to them, so that we have this balance of something where players can say, oh, you know, I've learned about this, I've read about this, it's really kind of neat to see it from this perspective, and then other events that may not be as familiar, where they can feel like, oh, I'm learning something new, I'm being exposed to some interesting new historical information, new experiences.
All of our targets in any Assassin's Creed game actually have been real historical people. They always die at the right time, or the right year at least, in the right place. But how they die obviously is up to the player.
When I first came on the project, it was about 2.5 years ago, and right at the beginning, and that was kind of my first job, was like just start collecting information and see who was around, who these people were, what they were doing, trying to find events that might be, you know, pertinent to an Assassins versus Templar story. For us on the writing team, it's all about language and people and events and kind of the chronology of things and the motivations behind a lot of these men and what they were doing and the reasons for the events that they were involved in. Surprisingly, a lot of them weren't quite as noble as you might think they were. A lot of people, men, particularly in the Colonial army, were fighting because it was something to do. They didn't really have a dog in the fight. They didn't really know what it was about, but they were promised 3 square meals a day and to see the colonies, and that was better than, you know, working on the farm.
In terms of dialogue for historical characters, if we stuck 100% to how people spoke and behaved back then, cutscenes would go on forever, and people would probably have difficulty in certain cases following what characters were saying.
The bullets, we're coming in!
We have several dictionaries that were written around the time of slang and what they call the vulgar tongue, so we were able to work in certain things that are a little bit more casual, a little bit more period specific. It might sound like gibberish to a lot of people because these are phrases that have definitely fallen out of favor.
3 pence a pound is hardly burthensome.
Choosing the cities in the game was a matter of answering multiple prerequisites. People were hoping for different events to happen in the game. For instance, Boston Massacre was a must, but also the team wanted to have different events that we would bring back to light that people wouldn't know as much, and some of the events that also would fit more into our fantasy. The first time the player will get to Boston is eventually through the Long Wharf. It was something that we really wanted to do from the beginning. It feels like that's how you enter the New World if you come from Europe. A couple hills that were there back then. Fort Hill over here, the Common up top on the North Ward, and then Tremont, which were the 3 hills that were in Boston. This place is still called Tremont today because of the 3 mountains over there. Most popular was certainly Beacon Hill because people would use the beacon as a warning in case of any attacks. Unfortunately, had to cut some parts. One was Philadelphia. Actually, there are still parts we'll use in the game, but the city as a whole was a bit problematic. Landmarks were cool, but not sufficient to make this city really interesting as a gameplay purpose. And also technically, the fact that it was a grid, that like streets were really linear, was really hard for the loading, so we had to cut it off.
I think in terms of tone, all of the colonial cities we built are much more wooden than previous Assassin's Creed cities, which were often stone. The steepled roofs have a big impact on free running. There's a lot more nature in the cities than ever before, so there's often trees and larger squares. The streets themselves are wider.
For the first time in the series, we have a lot of slopes, like in the Frontier as well, but on the roofs there's a lot of slopes there. So that really meant that you could get into fights on rooftops that were really steep slopes. We had to spend a long time in the fight system, in just general navigation, like every single step the assassin takes, he has to place it correctly. We take a lot of the moves that we created for Frontier, because obviously that was the one that really pushed us most, and we bring it back into the cities as well. So you can do a lot of these cool things, but the one favourite that we do have is the ability to run through buildings. We call it the pass-through because we've added moves called the pass-over, so now you can jump over things, you can slide underneath things, and you can run through buildings as well. And it's really cinematic and it feels pretty awesome. It's over in a flash, but it's a great way of getting past people. And you'll have like a woman in the window and she gets scared as you run past, and it's pretty cool.
One of the scary things in moving to America from Europe was we had to rebuild all of our civilian population. These are characters that players often don't look at in great detail, but there are hundreds of them and many different flavors of them. You really need them to fill out your city locations. And we wanted to give them more specificity, more things to do, so our civilians can start and stop actions. Some of them are people who can give you missions you could come across. We wanted the civilians themselves to be sources of content.
Leave the tea to rot aboard those foul ships!
When history delivers something in the period we're dealing with, we can't really ignore it. And we knew that guns had become much more present in the American Revolution than they were in previous Assassin's Creed settings.
Picture being on a battlefield. When you pull the trigger on one of these bad boys, it would smoke like you wouldn't believe. So the smoke on the field was insane. Even the recreations today where they fire black powder, they only use a quarter to a half what they actually use, so the smoke isn't even really what it really was. So anyway, you're sitting there, the guys are marching at you, you're nervous, you're scared, your gun's searing hot because you've shot it already a few times. You gotta half cock it, you gotta put some, reach in your pocket, put some black powder in here, put this back, and you gotta go down here, you gotta drop your wadding in, then drop your ball, then drop some more black powder, and you gotta pull this thing out. Meanwhile, there's guys probably shooting at you. You gotta flip it over. You gotta stuff it like this. You gotta pull that out. This is searing hot, so your hand's burning because you've already shot your gun a few times. So you're probably holding it here. You gotta jam this back down, and you gotta pick it up, see through all the smoke who you're gonna shoot at, aim, and then turn your head, because when you pull the trigger, this blows up and would burn your face. You gotta aim, then turn your head away and shoot. These guns have no rifling and you're shooting a little ball, so they're already really, really inaccurate, and they're very heavy and your hands are burnt and it's the madhouse. So, I mean, just imagine how inaccurate they actually would be. And when people talk about, you know, there was guns in those periods, it's so stupid the assassin couldn't get to them, just
think of all of that when you think about what it took to shoot one of these things, and it's really easy to get to somebody in that time and take them out with a knife or a sword.
When we started thinking about the American Revolution as a setting, we realized the battles that happened, the events inside of the cities, the events in the frontier, those were all obviously critical to the revolution and exactly what we wanted to create inside of our game. But when we opened up the history books a little bit more deeply, it became apparent really quickly the revolution would not have succeeded without navies. The British Navy was critical in their dominance in the empire that they created. We knew we had to go there. We had to try it, at least as a prototype, to see if we could get something going. Pretty quickly, we were convinced that this was going to be something awesome. So we just staffed up a full-on team in Singapore to focus on this. As we went forwards, every iteration that we saw just got better and better. We developed this tech where you can go from a calm, glassy sea to absolutely huge raging storms, massive waves all over the place dynamically, like on the fly. When we saw that we were going to have these kinds of potentials, we knew it was going to be absolutely huge for us.
I have worked on games in the past where there was quite a bit of direction change, and this time there was almost none. We've really stuck to the initial vision. What we're delivering is pretty much exactly what we set out to deliver.
It's a long development cycle. The joke, a lot of us who've been on it 3 years, we could have become veterinarians if, in the same amount of time, and instead we made this game. And it's a huge chunk of your working life to put into something.
3 years ago, I couldn't imagine working on a game the size of this. It has depth and detail in so many different ways, from the microcosmic view of the Homestead where you see what it's like to be a lumberjack in the American Revolution, to the sweeping, huge naval battles that you'll be inside of, and the cities where you'll see a whole new set of life, to the frontier where you'll be climbing on cliffs and running through the trees and watching wolves eating deer. To have the honor and privilege to work on this kind of thing, for me, is just spectacular.
Okay, let's see if OBS captures the game again. There we go, now it did. Right, so that was the making of behind the scenes series by IGN. So kind of like an outside perspective into the development process of AC3. And yeah, I've actually really enjoyed it, probably even more than the internal made one. Because it's always, I think, good to have kind of like a neutral journalist, I guess, kind of like trying to interview the people working on something. But yeah, that was really cool and very insightful. Also kind of like going back again to the beta test video we have seen. It was like fully animated, which kind of like they use as kind of like a test run on, okay, this is what we want to achieve. And that's how it has to look like and feel like, Really cool, kind of like catching up on also how long it took them, because ever since AC2 was finished, they already started working on AC3 pretty much. So it was cooking up for quite some time before it was released. And yeah, absolutely, there is making of videos for basically every major Assassin's Creed title. Some games have got more kind of like coverage than others. For example, AC3 is probably the one with the most amount of like publicly available making of videos. So yeah, that one has probably gotten the most coverage. I guess also because of the setting, right? It's like so close also to where Ubisoft themselves, or at least the studios working on the game primarily, is kind of like situated. And also like with the American population being like the major target group, I guess. I kind of like want to make sure that it has like gotten lots of attention. to detail. But yeah, there's making of for Valhalla 2, Odyssey, Origins, all of them. Yeah, I think Unity also had a decent lengthy behind the scene aspect. I think there's even an IGN Series 2, which they didn't do for every AC game. But yeah, Unity has also definitely gotten a lot. Which also makes sense because games like AC3 or Unity, you know, they've been like the first of a kind in like a series of same engine games, I guess. So the amount of development time they had to put into AC3 is larger, for example, than for Black Flag. Because things like the naval system, they had to come up in the first place. So in Black Flag, they more like refined on that aspect rather than creating it from scratch. And same goes for things like animations and mocap and all that. Things like environments, textures, yeah, all that. And Unity, of course, was again the first of its kind. But they also had to come up with like completely new things like a parkour system and all that. Okay, so we're back in Davenport, which means I gonna go ahead and catch up on the next Homestead mission down here. Yeah, Ravensthorpe was interesting, I guess. Personally, I actually quite enjoyed Ravensthorpe, but I do think they could have done a lot more with it, especially considering how many people you have and comparing it to the Homestead missions. I think the Homestead was still better handled overall, because it really ended up creating like a bond and a relationship with all the characters, you know. Kind of like started out like that in Ravensthorpe, but then later Ubisoft just used it as kind of like a means to an end in terms of like, okay, this is kind of your home base and this is from where you start all of your adventures, you know. So it just added more and more characters it never really gotten proper introduction to. Like, this is the guy for the Forgotten Saga, this is the guy or the woman for the Mastery Challenges, this is the dude for the River Raids, you know. But they don't really have much of another purpose. And they aren't really integrated in the Raven clan quite well, you know. But that's again also an issue with kind of like, okay, we have all these studios working on different content and we're just adding that to the game. And don't really communicate with like the main writing staff, which already has done overwork for, you know, like Ravensthorpe already. So that just creates more issues on top, I guess. I think overall the idea was really cool for Ravensthorpe, and it's definitely one of my more liked home-based systems in this series. I think there's definitely worse examples. But yeah, they could have done a lot more with it. Yeah, it really was, Afro. I remember watching all the trailers and stuff for Unity and some gameplay demos. And I was also like completely blown away by how it looked like. Hey there, Spectrum. Welcome in. Also, hey there, Helisi. Thank you. Yeah, that's true, Rod. It would have been a good way to kind of like handle that, you know, and like give you also like more optional conversations and stuff, you know, kind of like add little stories for each character and also for characters to each other. Not just between Eivor and them, but between themselves. I mean, that's fair enough to Afro. I mean, in the end, you know, everybody has their own kind of like personal preferences of what they want to have in like a home-based system, I guess. But yeah, Red 2 is definitely an example for how to do it really well. You know, creating like relationships to other gang members and really making it feel like having a certain weight, you know. Ava Hit Picks, welcome in. Thank you for the lurk. I hope you have a good rest. And yeah, I definitely will have a great time in the new world, for sure. Yeah, I mean, as AC2 definitely deserves a lot of credit for the renovation system, or for even making that popular, really, you know. Because AC1 was still like really, like didn't have any focus on...
Connor! Hi! How's it going, Connor? Nice afternoon.
He's just a little bit drunk. But yeah, of course with AC1, you know, you didn't have like any kind of like money system. Then with AC2 they realized they had like the banking system. And they could use that to kind of like have like a money flow, kind of like income. So having the whole idea of like building up a place and then increasing your passive income was really cool, I think. That way it felt like you were really getting rewarded in the long run by taking care of that stuff early. And I mean, that's really the reason why we have ended up with systems like the Homestead, you know. Because the Homestead was also created by the same people, really, who created the renovation system in AC2 as well. It was their take on kind of like adding to something like that.
Hello, sir. Would you like a draught of ale or some bread and cheese?
Connor, this here is Oliver and Matt is Corinne. Great people. Ollie, this is Connor, the man I was talking about. The Lord of the Manor.
We were passing through is all and met some of your townsfolk. They were thirsty and we had some barrels in the back and...
I am no lord, and these are my friends, not my townsfolk. What brings you to the road with a cart full of spirits for sale?
We were innkeepers until the king took our inn for some military such and such, left us out on a round bar.
Hey, you should settle here. We could use an inn.
Good idea.
We would, but without the inn itself, we don't have much choice, and building one isn't cheap.
We certainly have a need for something of the sort. I will speak with my friends at the mill and see what we can do about building ourselves one. If it can be arranged, would you consider ending your search here?
Of course, Ollie. We'll have an inn again.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take care of it. It's only 1,000 pounds as well. We can definitely afford that.
This should suffice.
Thank you. You won't regret this, Connor. We promise.
You can also craft food and drinks. Yeah, exactly, Afro. That's what I mean. Like, you know, with AC1, there wasn't any need for a banking system either, right? Because it's of no importance to either year. Or maybe it should be, you know, considering of a poor and sick and hungry woman begging for money. But yeah, with AC2, of course, I realized, you know, okay, we have a time that actually aligns well with a banking system. And that kind of gives us the opportunity to expand on that idea a bit more. But yeah, AC1, of course, was really more like a proof of an idea. Like, okay, these are kind of like the pillars of the creed, the pillars of assassin gameplay. And we just try to kind of like make that work and create a gameplay loop that's really fulfilling that assassin fantasy. And then the same team kind of like build on top of those ideas with AC2.
delicious, love. Connor, what brings you?
I was passing by and I thought I would stop in and see how you were faring.
Well, that's nice of you. Well, my boy, we are faring very well.
Between those who live here, the sailors coming and going from the pier, not to mention the travelers, our beds are always full and our taps are always flowing.
I am pleased things have worked out for you here.
As are we, Connor. I'd be lying if I told you we weren't worried when we were ousted from our old place. But the Lord works in mysterious ways.
But Oliver and Corinne, what do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor? Can't wait to actually hear those, you know, shanties again. In Black Flag. Got another interactive conversation here. Yeah, I reckon it won't be too long for you either, right? Till you get to Black Flag. I reckon you might even be able to finish AC3 on the weekend.
Hey, Connor!
Gentlemen, you seem to be getting along.
Oh, aye. We're just on our way to have an ale. You might have noticed, I've got a bit of a temper problem. Oh, Diana's fine, the Spuds are fine. I've got a good thing going on here. I'm just happy I didn't hurt old Godfrey. Wouldn't they have been able to forgive myself?
So am I, Terry. So grateful you didn't poke me with your tiny fists.
Don't rile me up.
All right. Take it easy.
I am happy things are well again.
Oh yeah, that's another great one, Rod. Let's see if I can actually trigger and track more of the activities here. I mean, we're just chilling and smoking a pipe, it seems, right now. No activity I can track there. We're just always on break, pretty much. It's either fishing or smoking. I can't track the activities, apparently. Exactly, Afro. Mr. Warpo, I presume. But if you can get the Giant of the Storm memory done with a full sync, you might be able to finish the playthrough on Saturday. You spent over an hour yesterday trying to get it done and still haven't. But you'll be doing a playthrough of Liberation next and then Black Flag. Ah, I gotcha. That's fair. So the Giant and the Storm, is that the one where you have to destroy the frigates with the weak points? Ah, yeah. Yeah, that's definitely the worst naval mission out there, for sure. Not looking forward to that one particularly. I still remember when I had to do it the first time for my full sync playthrough, and legit, I had 15 to 20 tries. My most replayed mission ever, probably, before I got for full sync. But it was also like a lot of testing and error, you know? Like, really trying to figure out, okay, yeah, how do I actually trigger the weak points the best way? And it's so easy to just fail it by accidentally sinking a ship that you didn't intend to. Nowadays, I usually get it done within 5 tries, but who knows, you know? Like, there's always a chance for things to go wrong, to go south. That's true, Eline. Yeah. It definitely adds to the atmosphere, you know, having kind of like the crew and all of the sounds, the waves splashing against the ship, you know. And also the fact of like actually or the action, I guess, of driving the ship yourself, you know. Like with Black Flag, I could just sail across the ocean forever, you know, not even do anything particular and just enjoy the environments and the music. Yeah, Afro, one of the things I like about the opening in AC4 is that it's very different to some others. Kind of like instantly throwing you into the action, you know? Like you're immediately like part of the battle and stuff, you know? You're like immediately chasing somebody and going to combat. It's interesting because if I'm making of a Black Flag, I talk about that too, and also then in Origins, when the same team has created a similar type of opening, where you're also getting thrown into combat and action from the get-go. I think one of the reasons they had for that was that they didn't want the player to just sit back and watch a couple of cutscenes, but immediately be invested both narratively but also gameplay-wise. No kidding, Harbinger. Yeah, you mean the one between Godfrey and Terry, right? Where you have to kind of like get them away from each other? That one can be such a pain in the ass as well to get done. Yeah, it's really weird, Rod, for sure. I mean, I guess there's like two really good ways to do it. One would be kind of like to ram them with a non-upgraded RAM, I think, at the front, which should reveal a weak point. But what I usually do, because it's a bit more consistent, is I use the how they call it, the chain cannon, I guess, to kind of like immobilize them, and then position myself to the front of them and just shoot with a non-charged round cannon until the weak point pops. But even that isn't guaranteed to work every time. So, yeah, I feel like there's no perfect way, to be honest. Guys, for that have to be like, no kidding. That's how I feel every time I have to do that, you know, it's like jumping back and forth all the time. I'm surprised my eyes actually don't look in different directions anymore. Yeah, that definitely is the tactic that I found to be the most solid one, but yeah, no guarantees though. I definitely hope you get that done soon, because yeah, that's still something I have to do. I've only done one naval mission so far actually, and that's the Fort Wolcott hack leg mission that I've done earlier. Oh, nice, some beavers. You get some really good money actually. Those beaver pelts. It's like 500 a piece or something.
Yeah, man.
So it's like a profit of 2,000, just like killing 4 beavers pretty much. Manor Mysteries.
Connor, come with me downstairs.
Should I search for something to fill that space?
No rush. Eventually the right piece will present itself.
As you wish.
There's a chest in a cave on the edge of the property. Could you retrieve it for me? I would go myself, but these old bones prevent me from getting to it. Take Norris with you. The cave entrance is blocked with heavy stone and will need to be cleared one way or another.
Okay, time to talk to Norris. First, let's actually check out the assassination war here. That's kind of interesting because Connor's actually making notes that also change across the different sequences here. Like the notes, for example, on William Johnson, you know. He's thinking that he's buying land for slave trade, but it turns out, you know, he's just doing it for the own good of the Templars. But then if you kill your target like William Johnson, you also get a memento. This one kind of like showcasing his relationship with the indigenous people, which trust he betrayed by essentially threatening them with death and killing lots of them as well, if they didn't want to sell the land to the Templars. And all of that meanwhile is happening under the supervision of Haven, who has the guts to say that he didn't know about anything of this, you know. Just a really bad liar he is. Because later it's also exposed that he did in fact know about it and just try to use Connor's mistrust against the Patriots, you know, for his own good. I mean, yeah, Connor did get betrayed by them as well, but that's not the entire story.
Tight, yeah!
Where is Charles Lee?
Give me Lee. Hey, the Kobe, welcome in. Thank you so much for the 3 years. 3-year anniversary of resubbing. Thank you so much, Kobe. I hope you're having a great day. And I hope you had a good weekend too. Elaine should have added that above Haven's picture. That's true. I think in a way Connor really doesn't think of Haven too much as his father. Like, biologically sure, but he's certainly no father figure to him. I guess Achilles really would be much more like that for Connor. They will lead me to Lee. That's even another sound bit I also enabled. I've enabled all of the different variations of Charles Lee. Yeah, that's true, Kobe. That's good that it aligns there, you know. Yeah, my sister actually had planned on flying back today from Italy to Germany. And then her flight got cancelled, I guess, because of a strike. So now she has to get back on Wednesday because there was like no way to get back without having a car today. But yeah, it's definitely going good with AC3. We're just getting started with sequence 7. So about halfway through the story at this point. But currently we're just doing a couple of Homestead missions and like the Brotherhood and all that. Not really focusing too much on the main story.
Norris, I'm going to fetch something for the old man, and he told me there might be some stone that requires clearing.
Yeah? I will bring my explosive.
Really, Kobe? That's actually amazing, the timing. Yeah, I mean, I guess my sister's actually getting a bit more frequently to Italy to visit her boyfriend. But it's really funny that it always kind of like aligns with when you're going. Like, what are the chances?
Certainly not your typical colonial woman. A deadly shot.
She brought down that cougar. She is strong, capable. She has no husband?
Not that I'm aware of.
I never met a woman like her before. I would like to know her better.
You should speak to her then.
I might try. Hey, don't splash. Don't want to get the powder wet.
I didn't splash. I wasn't even in water.
Frenchman?
It's funny because you can't even run or splash water as well. You're like locked to walking speed. But don't splash.
I see why he encouraged me to enlist your services.
Pas de problème. We blew it up. Be my guest. Duck and cover! Ah, that's a nice one!
Thank you.
Bienvenue. Doesn't look safe in there. Be careful. I'll be at the mine. What you said about Miriam is interesting.
Stop being a creep and just talk to her. No kidding. Stop asking me questions and ask her instead. What, Norris, you mean I should actually speak to her myself? No, Connor. Yeah, that would be too easy. Would make way too much sense. With limited time here. Gotta be fast.
I was close.
Nice. Let's also go ahead and collect the Peklik trinket here. Yo, was Crossing got buried in the cave? Yeah, there might be, I guess. Hopefully they'll find a way out. It's like, Connor, did you see the timer on top of your head? Get 1 more minute. I actually really like the soundtracks around the Homestead. It's like a nice mix between kind of like enthusiastic, I guess, in a way. You know, like for example, there's a track called Fetching the Number, which really seems like, you know, it's kind of like the soundtrack that describes quite well how Connor feels about like trying to build up a place, I guess. There's also like a bit of like an underlying sorrow, I think, as well. Because it's also, of course, a place that Connor had to leave behind, you know. That he also called home.
I have what you asked for. I must know who put it there and for what purpose.
I did. I put it somewhere I knew only I could reach, but that was a long time ago.
Who does that belong to?
These were the robes of the first assassin to come to the colonies.
Nice. And that also unlocks a new outfit as well that we can now redeem, I believe. Let's have a look. Yeah, a traditional Colonial assassin outfit. Based on the one worn by the first assassin of the colonies, John de la Tour. Nice. Cheers, Rod. Yeah, definitely seems to be like, you know, that contrast for Connor, I guess, you know, like leaving behind his home for the purpose of saving it, you know, but in the process also trying to find a new one and the means to, you know, secure it forever. But that's really the tragedy, I guess, in the story, that he never fully achieves that, unfortunately, as much as he tries, you know. Yeah, it's a fun fact, Kobe, but pretty much 4 years ago at this point, I started kind of like my more regular schedule of streaming, I guess, and that actually was with a historical order run. Because the year before I was already like starting and stepping foot into streaming a little bit with the Assassin's Creed Marathon, leading up to the release of Origins in 2017. And then also, of course, with Odyssey. But it was in the year afterwards, 2019, that I kind of like had the idea, okay, now with Odyssey released, you know, and I also was kind of like questioning Odyssey a little bit at that point already, kind of like with the alignment, how it would feel like, you know, not really going by modern day order or release order, but actually doing it in kind of like the historical order, I guess. So I did actually go ahead and start my playthrough with Odyssey, then went for Origins, AC1, 2, Brotherhood, Revelations, then Black Flag, Rogue and Free, and eventually ending with Unity and Syndicate. And yeah, that was also when I got to know Rod, actually. It was around the time that I went to AC3 that Rod also checked me out. But yeah, that was like my proper first kind of like AC run where I played on a more regular basis and didn't just stream for a couple weeks of a week, I guess. And yeah, I've actually done something similar last year. Like last year, I kind of like played all of the games in historical order, except for the RPG games, which I didn't play immediately first, but I actually played last and then in historical order. So last year I played from AC1 all the way to Syndicate, and then I started with Odyssey, then Origins, then Valhalla. But the reason for it was that I didn't actually want to play the RPG games immediately again, because at the end of that previous year I just had finished the RPG trilogy, you know. So I didn't want to play only RPG AC games for like half a year straight. But yeah, last year was even more insane because I actually tried to work out all the individual dates for every mission. So I went through the entire like AC database, and for every game that had like actual historical records for specific missions, especially in the Colonial saga and games like Unity, I made note of every single date and month when a mission took place, and I played them in that exact order. The biggest undertaking was definitely Unity, because there's like so many missions with historical reference, especially in the side mission department. And I actually still have those lists saved, if anybody's ever curious about the proper historical chronology of, like, for example, the entirety of Unity. I still have that list saved. But yeah, I do want to go back and eventually do another historical order run, but then starting really with like the earliest game, which would be of course Odyssey, and then working my way through the series. But yeah, this year though I'm gonna be skipping on Odyssey, so I think we would be good to start with Odyssey next year maybe. So it doesn't feel like I've played too much of it. Yeah, you missed it by about 1 year roughly, Kobe. Then eventually a certain zombie checked out the stream of AC3? Absolutely. Yeah, and then I just went through my follower list one day and I saw your name and just went on it, and you were actually streaming. I was like, huh, that's interesting. And yeah, very soon I was very fond of that particular streamer. Bobby, you're confused now. How can you have been a sub for 36 months if you've only been following for 35? You sure it was following before someone gifted you a sub? Yeah, that's a question, I guess. I mean, I know sometimes it can also be that you accidentally unfollow. You know, it has happened to me. Like even on Rod's channel, for some reason I was unfollowed, even though I never, you know, have kind of like done that myself. And it has happened for me for other channels too, so maybe that happened for you at some point. Or I guess you could have also gotten a sub before you decided to follow. I'm not sure. Yeah, definitely Rod. You know, like, it's kind of random, you know, that I actually decided in that moment to go through my follower list, because for one, I don't do that very often. And then to actually catch somebody who's actually streaming at the same time, you know. Then kind of like to figure out that, you know, you've actually had interests and like lots of knowledge about Assassin's Creed that one can talk about and stuff, you know. Yeah, that as well. You know, I mean, it's not like Germany and Australia, or Europe and Australia in general, aligns very well time zone wise. So that's another tricky thing, I guess. Yeah, that's true as well, Kobe. You know, it could be definitely be the case that somehow it gets counted a bit differently, you know. Because I guess the sub would only be... I guess it makes sense, right? Because a 36-month sub anniversary is only the beginning of a 36-month, not the end. And if you have been following for, you know, like, what was it? 2 years and 11 months. It could be like 2 years, 11 months and 10 days or something. And 9 days later would be like your sub anniversary, like today, you know. I guess that would make sense.
Connor!
Exactly. Yeah, it's like the beginning of a month.
Norris.
You know Miriam?
Of course.
What does she like? I want to give her a gift.
I really do not know.
All right.
Let me call on Prudence. She may be of service.
Nah, Kobe, that would be way too easy. Way too convenient. To actually talk to somebody. But I think he's really having quite the crush. Too embarrassed to do anything himself. That's kind of funny, Harbinger. It's like, how are you in Quebec and in Boston at the same time, Stefan, huh? Do you have a twin brother you never told me about? Actually just reminded me that I should send him out on a mission. Because I did send him out on the first Quebec mission earlier. But he failed it, of course, as always. Maybe this time he succeeds.
Prudence.
Good day, Connor.
Norris is trying to court a woman. What do you women like, in terms of gifts?
A nice bunch of wildflowers always brightens my day. Who is it Norris fancies?
Best not say for now.
Fair enough. Best ones are atop the bluff to the northwest. A bit tricky to get, but they grow large and healthy in the full sun.
It's kind of interesting because she was of course just talking about her own personal preferences, you know. And since Connor didn't say who the gift is for, Prudence really couldn't give us like a specific answer, because if she knew it was Miriam, then she might have said, you know, maybe, you know, she would appreciate something different, you know, like a hunting knife, for instance. But she couldn't give that advice because she didn't know who it was for. But at the same time, it makes sense Connor does want to reveal that because he respects the privacy of both Norris and Miriam and doesn't want to create like any, you know, kind of like rumors or something. It is Eline. That's why Kobe calls it the Homestead. But yeah, there's so many great wholesome missions, I think. And what I also love about the Homestead is how it really shows a totally different side of Connor, you know. It really creates a nice balance between the main story and Connor here. You were quite a creep as well, Kobe. I mean, it is understandable, you know. I guess if you're having a crush like that, you don't wanna embarrass yourself necessarily and kind of like push that person away by thinking something bad about you. So the more you know about the person, the easier it is to avoid stepping on the toes, I guess. That's true as well. I mean, she probably could know, you know, who it was. Because, yeah, you're right, it's definitely not, you know, like there's like a lot of selection right now between the homesteaders. Unless he fancies himself a married woman, like Corinne. It wouldn't be so wholesome, though. Absolutely, yeah. Homestead Connor, brother. And now he's throwing tea boxes into the sea all the way from Georgia to Boston. It's really funny that he's actually really part of the mission. Because I usually have to call him in there. Yeah, that's another thing, I guess, you know, like being a miner and also working by himself a lot. And he's also being bullied, right? Like when you first meet him in Boston, like, you know, he's getting treated really badly. So I guess it makes sense for him to also have anxiety in that regard. I can actually track this activity during a mission, can I? Doesn't seem like.
Ja, man.
Ja, man.
Ja, man.
Citizen!
Citizen? Ava Aura, welcome in. And good morning to you.
Ja, man.
Ooh, look at that, Stefan actually succeeded on his mission. I think. Mission complete. Cool. Let's go for the next mission in Quebec here. The Battle of Quebec. Richard Montgomery is foolishly leading a colonial force on an assault of Quebec. He cannot be dissuaded. Divert his forces or stop the attack by whatever means necessary. The man Stefan always wins. For me, unfortunately, it doesn't. It's the track record for me for always screwing up missions in my previous playthroughs, but hey, we got it second try, so that's a start, I guess. Could be a lot worse. Bring back some maple syrup. I wouldn't mind some. And some French Canadian toast as well. physics. Yeah, me too, Aura. This one is actually the Charleston outfit. Blue with red and white accents, yeah. Definitely one of my favorites.
Norris, are you in there?
Oui?
Oh. I will find you a little later then.
No, it's all right. What is it?
Prudence advised a bunch of wildflowers.
Really? Are you sure? Doesn't seem right.
Yeah, Connor caught him there in an awkward position. Very sleek. Definitely is, yeah. Reminds me a little bit of Arno's outfit with like the color, at least. Blue. Hey, the Carbon, welcome in. It's going very good, thank you. Doing some more progress with the Homestead and the Brotherhood missions. How are you doing? And how was the rest of your Revelation stream? I hope you had a good time. Did you wash his hands? Wash your hands before you take those flowers. No kidding. Right next to river, dude. They ain't that tricky. Yeah, Aura. Connor's definitely the master of creating awkward situations.
Hello, Connor.
Norris, how are you?
All right. Remember we talked about Miriam?
I do, and the cougar she felled.
One shot. Confident and precise. Incroyable. I like her.
She is a good friend. We all do.
Not like that, Connor.
Oh. Well, good for you.
Only good for me if she likes me back. She's a strong woman, an independent woman. I admire her.
I wish you well in your quest, Norris.
Nobody washed their hands until almost the 20th century, so yikes. Yeah, that is yikes. I mean, I guess understandable, especially if you're living inside a city or something, right? If you just don't have, like, the systems providing fresh water. But, yeah. Imagine. At least used the outhouse. That's true, Elaine. You could have just also done it in an open field, pretty much. That would be fun if you can just spot him somewhere. Take a massive shite out in the open. Connor being clueless. He always is. Carbon, you feel good, thanks. The rest of the stream was good. You wanted to do some side missions yesterday, so concentrate better on the main story later. I gotcha. That's definitely fair. I do like to do those kind of streams as well sometimes, you know, just like focusing a bit more on catching up with the side stuff. And then have like streams where I focus a bit more on the main story and getting, you know, kind of like a good flow between the different missions. Especially if there's like a certain urgency between the main story missions. Connor's so awkward, you love it. Yeah, it's the natural fertilizer, Kobe. It creates the most tasty crops, for sure. We have a systems fault, but nobody thought it was a big deal, or the germs could be spread away. The doctor started pushing for regular hand washing, was shunned and blacklisted from the field because of it. Somehow that doesn't surprise me. But somebody actually realizing something that's for real gets shunned. Not the first time that happened. Okay, so Stefan actually succeeded for another mission. Look at him, going strong. So next we have action at Trois-Rivières. Brigadier General William Thompson has set out to liberate Quebec from British rule. The territories have never asked to be freed and are not part of the colonies. Follow the campaign and guarantee the people of Trois-Rivières are heard. So many Homestead missions. Look at that. Okay, before we continue with more Homestead missions, I do want to have a quick look at Boston. To see if more Liberation missions have spawned now. Because earlier we kind of had like a threshold we couldn't cross.
Where are you, Charles?
Jesus, that scared me. But yeah, so far there's still no more Liberation mission that spawn for some reason. I have no idea why. Because I really want to upgrade my Brotherhood further. Let's have a quick look up here. To see if anything spawns. This still fogged area. Oh yeah, there's actually one. Never mind, I just have to really unfog the area where it's located. That's good. That means I can finally get another 2 assassins added. At least someone is believing in Stefan Aura. Because it sure ain't me. Oh, by the way, Nora got her first high precision Gary yesterday and she was very happy. That's awesome. Yeah, I hope she's been enjoying Origins so far. It seemed like she had a good time overall. Can't wait to play that game again. Oh shoot, never mind. Guess they're doing this.
The boss is getting impatient. Haven't used the whip in what? An hour? About time we warm it up a bit.
I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye.
Absolutely. I want to put all the dirt in the eyes. Alright, great. Now we can actually talk to the assassin contacts and trigger the next liberation mission here. Oh yeah. More like put your eye in dirt in this case. I mean, that works as well, as long as the dirt and eye combination still happens. It was a shockingly long fall. Yeah, and Connor's like fine. No scratch on him.
Ah, Connor! Your work procedure. Now it's time to finish the job. I'm told this chap just materialized from the ether and nobody has a stones to, challenge him. Until now. But we'll need a gang of our own. Fight fire with fire.
About time we did something about those brutes. I want in.
Good on you. That's one for the lads. Come on, let's gather the rest.
Bar's closed. Get out!
A bit tense, aren't they? That looks a little worse for wear. Yeah, a little bit. Fun fact, but he's actually the little kid that you see at the beginning when you play Haven and kill your target in the theater. He even talks about it later in an optional conversation. Like his perspective on that event. No worries, Kobe. I mean, you gotta pet an animal eventually in this game. Can't play session without doing that. I do actually wonder, do we have database entry for Duncan yet? I think it unlocks after this mission. We actually have an update for William Johnson. I'm gonna read that later after the mission. But yeah, I mean, Haven is definitely quite a bit older at this point. Okay. So we can now use the bodyguard ability. Or not. We had to wait until this was over. Nope. Maybe I gotta highlight somebody and then I can do it. I still can't. Ah, never mind. It's because Stefan is on a mission himself right now, right? That's why I can't use the bodyguard ability. Okay, in that case, so since I have to be stealthy here, I'm gonna try and clap around this way. Yes, Stefan is out there hustling. Okay, we got a sniper over here, which I have to avoid. Oh, fuck. It's kind of annoying they're like immediately going to you, you know, on site. Oh Jesus, Connor! The fuck? What are you doing? Oh Jesus, Connor! That's why he's not doing what I want him to do. Fucking hell. I swear. Everything that just went wrong for movement went wrong in that moment. It's like, dude. And Duncan just stood there, insulting his enemies rather than engaging. What's he doing? Create a riot? Oh no. That's the wrong ability. That's why he was insulting his enemy. But not attacking it. Okay, that's my bad then. That's my fault. Come on, you could at least do something other than just standing there. Also, this guy's completely unfazed by the riot attempt here as well. Okay. That works, I guess.
He was a Templar. What? Like the Knights Templar? Jesus. I thought they were a spook story.
They are very real.
I'll take your word for it, lad. Well, it's been a real pleasure. If ever you need a hand in whatever it is you're up to, I'm your man.
The Gangs of Boston. Hey there, Mertartan. Welcome in. And thank you for the follow. Kobe snipers who were trained participated in some psychological warfare workshops. It's like, I don't even care about the insults. I'm just gonna ignore it. Duncan Liddell, born 1730. Jesus, that means at this point he's like over 40 years old, right? And he was a kid when Haven saw him. You love his games? Same here. Yeah, so great. Usually I play through the games at least once a year. Yeah, I mean, Haven must be pretty much in his 60s here, isn't he? Duncan Little was originally from Ireland, the youngest son of a large family, which is confusing, seeing as they were the Little family. He entered the priesthood at a young age and was sent to Africa as a missionary in 1756. Little spent several years in Africa, but in 1760 he returned to Ireland, leaving the priesthood entirely. I will tell you why, but it seems that information is locked behind a wall at the Vatican, and I'm not taking it to their records today, as they seem to have changed the password from "We love Pope" again. The next information I have about him is as a passenger on a ship to Boston in 1763. From his letters, it seems his family more or less drove him away over his split with the Catholic Church, blood being thicker than water and all that. Little settled in Boston's North End, where he gained a reputation as a good mediator, fair and less expensive than going before the local judiciary. When he wasn't spending time at the local pub, he was helping people to solve their problems, generally by talking them down from a fight, which seems to be all that really happened in Boston in those days. And by those days I mean anything up to the present day. Little was the first person to be called upon when there was a scuffle, and his usual table at the King's Horse Tavern was known locally as Little's Court, the moniker the British cracked down in 1770, because we like to ruin everyone's fun. You know, it's kind of funny, but the voice actor for Duncan Little, he is actually also quite a legend of Assassin's Creed voice actors. And he voiced a character in AC2 that had a similar kind of like backstory, though it's still quite different. But in the DLC sequence leading up to the Bonfires of Vanities in Florence, right, with Savonarola, he's actually voicing another Irish priest, who also is spending lots of time in an alehouse and talking to people there. Who's also not too fond of the Catholic Church and has not really been in there being like very convinced of it, I guess, or of the beliefs. But that other priest was definitely much worse of a person though, because yeah, he's done some horrible things, including raiding and all that stuff that goes along with it. Makes me wonder if the voice actor has actually also has kind of like a background with a church or something, and likes to spend time in an alehouse on occasion. Your dog's name is Ezio Meritaten. That's awesome. Yeah, Ezio is such a great character. AC2 is still my favorite AC game of all time. But yeah, we can actually check on Haven's date of birth. So Haven is born in 1725. (1725). And he's in 1730. That doesn't make any sense. Well, there you go. So even though Duncan Little was a little kid in the theater mission, he's only 5 years younger than Haven. The fuck? I mean, I would say Duncan was probably max 10 years old, maybe 11. And I'm not sure if Haven was like, I mean, Haven arrived in 1755 or something, right? In Boston, or 1754? Which means the thing in the theater must have happened pretty much the same year. Maybe a year before. Which means at that point Duncan should have been in his early 20s. Yeah, doesn't make any sense. It's your favorite until you played Origins and Odyssey. You love Cassandra bikes so much. Did you like Valhalla? You did not enjoy it as much as you wanted. Yeah, I did actually like Valhalla, but I think it has also lots of issues. My favorite out of the 3 games is still Origins though. And yeah, I absolutely love Bayek as well. I think he's such a great character. And his voice actor also, Abubakar Salim, I think he really nailed that role, you know. It's also crazy to think that that's like his first ever video game role that he has performed for. You know, that he hasn't done any kind of like video game voice work before. It's crazy. But of course he was already an actor and has done quite a few things, but yeah, has never voiced a game character before. Teenager Haven. Yeah, I mean, Haven must have been in his early 30s, I guess, or like late 20s when he left England. I guess he must have been like 28, 29. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely some inconsistencies sometimes, you know, where the dates of birth don't really align with how old a certain character looks. AC2 also had that issue with Bartolomeo, you know. Like, you would think Bartolomeo is like 10 to 20 years older than Ezio, right? But I think they're only very few years away from each other. I mean, I guess you can explain that by, okay, yeah, Bartolomeo, you know, he has a rough lifestyle. He's like a mercenary warrior, you know, condottieri. And that kind of like lifestyle goes with also aging quicker. You know, being like a warrior and stuff. But still, he seems more like in the kind of like Giovanni, you know, kind of like his parent generation. At least to me. Okay, anyways. Okay, we're still looking to unlock the last assassin here with Clipper. Let's head over here because that's one of the only forgotten areas that we haven't uncovered yet. And then we have the entire Boston Brotherhood unlocked. Let's see, had better face cream. It a good sunscreen. Yeah, I mean, Ezio has to stay true to the Fashion Creed, right? Let's actually go to the shopkeeper here and refill some ammunition. Could definitely need some tools like poison darts and all that type of stuff. Also really need a smoke bomb pouch soon. Maybe we can even craft it or something. Let's see what we can buy here. Let's actually go and get a couple beaver pelts as well. Also some hare meat. Okay, and then we have... We could actually craft a sword, apparently the hanger sword. With walnut and copper ore. We can also craft the Stonehead War Club with pine lumber and limestone. We could craft more barrels. We can also cook some food now, like jagged hare. And sword. Okay, that's it. Let's go ahead and send out a couple convoys here. I'm gonna go ahead and definitely sell the beaver pelts. We actually unlocked a new merchant here. With a slightly higher risk though. Let's go for Elizabeth Murray's fineries here because it has a lower risk and better reward than Hancock. Also go ahead and sell some jagged hair here. Again to Murray. And let's go ahead and sell some sword to the same guy.
How can I help you?
Okay, consumable, some arrows for sure. Some cartridges. I'm just gonna refill everything here pretty much. Poison darts, extremely useful. Smoke bombs, finally. Trip mines can actually be also quite useful to kind of like ambush enemies. Let's also get the trinket map here, because we want to unlock all the pack leg missions, which means we have to collect all the trinkets in this game.
Allow me to serve you.
Let's have a hood to protect his face from the sun. That's how his skin stayed younger. That's true. Bartholomew is definitely no hood wearer. That's for sure. It all makes sense now. Yeah, that's true aura. I imagine it would be quite easy to get it like stuck somewhere you don't want it to be. Or like be in the way of your movement. But yeah, it does look pretty cool. Yeah, where's this liberation mission? Let's set up here as well. Just trying to unfog everything in this area pretty much until we uncover final liberation mission. Could also be down here somewhere on this side. Let's go ahead and call the horse, I guess. And right there. Just noticed new game, why the fuck is there an Alexis assassin outfit? He wasn't even one. Yeah, I guess maybe because it's part of the season pass for Odyssey. And they figured, you know, I might as well add that as well. That's definitely interesting for multitude of reasons. Like, one, he isn't an assassin, and two, he isn't the protagonist, the canon protagonist for Odyssey. Ah, there it is. Perfect.
Somebody stop that man! Appreciate it, friend, but I'm sure they'll be back.
Nice. Now we can go to Clipper and start his mission as well. Perfect. But yeah, to be honest, I usually don't really care for the legacy outfits too much. They usually don't really immerse me into the game, because it's never anything that Connor would wear, or any other protagonist, I guess, really. I mean, I do think it's nice they include them, you know, if you want to pay like homage, or if you just really like wearing the particular outfit. But for me, I would only choose a legacy outfit if it's redeemed by somebody, I guess, or if it is time-wise aligning, I guess, you know. For example, a Jacob Fair outfit wouldn't exist at this point yet, but Altair's and Ezio's outfits do, so I would probably wear those potentially. But yeah, overall they just look so much, or are so fitting to the time period that it always like sticks out like a sore thumb. Yeah, exactly. If you're just there to show off during online streams, yeah, I mean, we'll also have a showcase aspect of, for sure. Martial law.
Welcome to the Regulars, the most feared, respected, and revered fighting force on God's green earth. Some of you are here by choice, others not. Regardless of the circumstances of your joining us, you are all brothers now. And the only way you have a chance of surviving is if you trust your brothers. One weak link can kill a whole squad on the field. I want you to think about that long and hard.
That's one of them that's responsible for this. Rounding up the young ones and shipping them off. We need to put an end to it.
What is your plan?
Kill him, then the rest, and set all them boys free?
It's a good plan, but it lacks detail. How is your aim with that rifle?
Can pop a muskrat's head from a quarter mile 9 times out of 10, and the 10's a misfire.
That should do. Cover me from up there.
Okay, so I can blend in with these guys if they don't push me away.
A lot of you will be getting on that ship and setting off for a different sort of training. Understand? You've been selected, not for your talents or fighting prowess, but because of the way you think. You will soon find out what all this means, but know, it is a great honor. Some of you won't make it. Others will rise to new heights. Either way, you will give your life to a new cause.
Okay, so we're gonna choose the marksman ability here. And then I'm gonna work my way over here till we can target this guy. I have to go to this group here, but there's a good chance I lose my social stealth until then. And then get attacked, you know. Isn't coming any closer either. think I probably have to wait until he goes back. I mean, the thing is, once I lose my social stealth, they will immediately investigate me, because that's how the stealth works here. There's a good chance of me just getting detected here, but like this, I don't get access here, right? What I could do is... Oh, nice. Works. With a free aim.
We
oh yeah.
strive for peace through freedom, and the Templars, they want only to control.
Well, I'm for freedom, I know that much. If your order needs a good rifle, sign me up.
Awesome. That's good to know, you know, that you can like do free aim and then you don't have to get close enough to a target before you can order an assassin to take them out. Very useful indeed. Do you feel like that Masquerade line was almost a reference to Star Wars? Or was it? I don't know too much about Star Wars, so I wouldn't recognize it. It wouldn't surprise me, because I love doing pop culture references with AC games. Also, hey there Grumpy, welcome in. Is this game any good? It seems interesting to be native. It really is. I mean, if you're a fan of like the classic AC games, especially the Desmond Saga, then definitely go ahead and check out this one. It is quite different, but it's a very refreshing touch, I think, on the series. And finishes, you know, Desmond's storyline also. And yeah, playing a native, you know, somebody who's grown up in that environment is quite different playing somebody like Ezio, you know, because they are really like a product of a totally different time and culture, you know, so it's a very different, very fresh feeling character and story. Clipper Wilkinson is a hunter and surveyor from Virginia. Actually, surveying and hunting are the family business. His father and brothers are surveyors and crack shots as well, making the market in his small hometown somewhat oversaturated. Oh, making the market in his house somewhat oversaturated. Wilkinson moved to New York looking for work, unfortunately arriving just in time for the opening events of the revolution. He remained neutral for the first part of the war, but after seeing the cruelty of the Redcoats' actions in Boston, he started leaning towards the rebel side, putting himself at odds with the rest of his family, who are loyalists. It seems Connor has a talent for attracting friends with family troubles. Yeah, also speaking for himself, which does affect Connor too. Family troubles. And we have another update for William Johnson. In case you're wondering, the official reason for Johnson's death was given out as a stroke. I guess publicizing that he was killed while threatening to murder treaty negotiators would probably have caused some political tension, to put it mildly. I suppose a blow to the head, for example, could be described as a very heavy stroke. Yeah, very heavy. Pancakes for Gigi are done? Hell yeah, Moller. I love pancakes. What kind of pancakes did you make? You put too much vanilla in the batter. The vanilla extract, yeah, it can be quite intense. I do love it in pancakes and waffles and stuff, but yeah, it'd definitely be too much too. But I hope it's still, you know, edible and delicious. Vanilla, cinnamon, and nutmeg. Ooh. Sounds Christmassy. I like it. I do love a vanilla cinnamon combo. Okay, let's have a look over here, because there's actually optional conversations you can unlock throughout the story with the assassin recruits. Giving you like more backstory and more personality for each of them. It was kinda edible. You got big taste of vanilla, which because you used too much tastes like cough syrup at times. Not your best effort. Well, I guess that's one thing you can learn from them. I can tell you the amount of times that I felt or kind of like didn't really do the best of job with something and then, you know, kind of like learned from that and made it much better next time. For example, it took me really long to get like a really good pizza dough recipe, or kind of like get the pizza dough to a consistency that I really liked. But yeah, now it's pretty damn good after a couple of years. You too, Meritaten?
You do not partake?
No, sir. I need to stay sharp in case you call upon my rifle. Spirits do me in right quick. Drank half a flask of rum out in the bush with my brothers a few years back. I went for a run in the buff before I found myself rolling around in deer scat being sick all over. I don't want to go there again. No, thank you.
Smart choice, given the circumstances.
I want to fight like you someday.
You have everything it takes to be a great assassin.
And that means something coming from you.
Yeah, sounds good, Mary. Will definitely be shorter and easier.
Where did you learn to shoot like you do?
Ranging with my dad and brothers in Virginia country. My family's been surveying and prospecting out there since my grandpappy.
How did you end up here?
I'm the youngest of 4 brothers. I was always gonna be a runner-up with them, so I set off alone to do my own business. Out west of Ohio's territory that no man of the colonies ever trodden. I figured I could find contracts out of New York. Then the war started.
And you sided with the Patriots?
Not really. My family's for the king. I just don't like seeing boys forced to fight against their will is all. But I know that I want to be free. For all to be free. If that means I'm a patriot, I guess I am.
You are an assassin. Nothing else.
That I am. I'm proud of it.
Really like these optional conversations, you know. That's like so much more story to every kind of like assassin contact. Yeah, I wanna go ahead and also talk to the other ones here. It should be Stefan, which I think I've already done all the conversations for. Let's go to Duncan and see if there's any more for him. There should be, I guess. Maybe even tells us about Haven.
Oi, lad. How's it going then?
I am well. And you?
Oh, I can't complain. There was something I've been meaning to tell you. I met your dad. It was a long time ago, in London. I was just a boy. Well, didn't meet him really, just saw him do a fella in at the London Opera House. I was sitting in the balcony with an uncle of mine, went to have a piss, and when I came back, there's your dad. Dashing as they come he was, shirt, jacket, immaculate. My uncle was just slumped there. Looked like he was sleeping, but I knew better, even if I was only a child. Your dad locked eyes on me. And I don't think I've ever been so frightened as I was in that instant. It wasn't a fear that he was going to cause me pain. It was this sense that he saw right through me, into my heart, and he would crush it if it had pleased him. But he didn't. He just raised his finger to his lips and gestured for my silence. I complied. And then he was gone.
That must have been in the days before his betrayal was made public. He would have sailed for the colonies not long after. I'm astonished that you were actually there.
You can imagine my surprise when I saw his face. Took me a while to piece it together, but there you have it. Thought you'd like to know.
Thank you.
Yeah, very cool. So that's the story from his perspective, you know. I can't imagine, you know, his fear, you know, like, as he said, you know, he would have crushed his heart if he wanted to. Which is why he complied, you know, because he was so afraid. But still funny to think about that they're only 5 years apart, you know, and he was a little boy and even in his late 20s, according to the cutscene, which couldn't have been the case. You're kidding, Eli? Definitely deserves one. Definitely are Aura, considering the time difference.
How are you faring?
Not bad, not bad. All this reminds me of being back in the old country. Fighting for land, fighting for the right to see God my way. Didn't take long before I realized the fight was futile, except to board a ship bound for the colonies. People over there are so wrapped up in how you perceive the Lord, they forget we're all part of his flock. Stories change, Connor. The way people tell them evolves. It's no different in the Bible, and I believe that's the real root of all the strife back home. But nobody wants to listen to me. If you don't see it their way, you're a heathen. But I feel we're honestly making a difference here. That our presence is felt, if not appreciated by all. And it makes me sleep easy at night, and that's all a man can ask for, really.
I would like to visit your home country someday.
How would you now? You'd turn a head or two in the Emerald Isle, I'll tell you that. Maybe one day I'll muster up the courage, go back. I'll bring you with me. It'd be good for a laugh at any rate.
Imagine an island DLC for Connor. That would be actually really cool, you know, getting to visit Europe as Connor, because you could also have him like go to you know, like Paris and France even, looking for Shay, meeting up with Arno and taking Shay on together, which is kind of like a bit of a fan fiction project by the community, you know. Probably one of the more requested settings and storylines that some people have been asking for, which would also align quite well, you know, historically, because Unity and AC3 are actually quite close to each other, right?
Wishes to inform the populace of a slight increase in the fees to be collected for all transit.
I mean, right now we are 1775, which is like 14 years before the French Revolution actually starts. And when the main story ends in AC3, it's already the 80s.
For the sturdiest and most seamless battles in America, call upon John Cooper for 7 generations.
But yeah, let's have a look to see how far we have gotten today with the DNA tracker here. So we're currently at 33%, which means exactly 1/3 through the main game. Now we won't be doing, of course, 100% sync total, since I won't be doing all of the activities in the game, only all of the missions. Which means we're definitely more than 1/3 through the playthrough at least. But yeah, we finished sequence 1 to 6 100% so far. We finished all of the liberation missions today in Boston and got all of the assassins recruited. We've done quite a bit more of the Homestead missions. Almost done with the Godfrey and Terry parts already. But yeah, there's much more to come, of course. And hey there, Robert. Welcome in. Thank you for joining and for the follow. How's it going? I still gotta do lots more of the naval stuff, so I think we're gonna tackle that next time actually. Because I do want to upgrade the ship quite a bit before we really dive into the, you know, naval missions a bit more. There's a good chance I might collect a couple chests and do a bit of trading off stream to amass a bit more money and be able to afford some of the ship upgrades a bit better for next time. But yeah, this will definitely be a bit more of a focus next time. There's also like so many naval missions. So yeah, we do have to make a head start on this soon. But yeah. You're doing good? That's nice to hear. Are you also a fan of the AC games? But yeah, so this is gonna be what I would call it today for AC3. But yeah, quite happy with the progress you made today. So we had 2 more additions to the detection counter today, which isn't too bad, I guess, considering we've done also quite a bit of a main story. But yeah, I'm sure there's gonna be many more added across the missions here. Fortunately though, we don't really have to worry about it for the naval stuff. Except of course for the Pegleg missions, since they do have stove. But yeah, all the actual like ship missions,
Where is Charles Lee?
Don't have to worry about stove at all. But we do have to worry about full sync though, and we have quite a few difficult full sync requirements sometimes. You are Robert? Nice. That's good to hear. And no worries, Aura. Thank you for being here and for joining us. Thank you too, Merit. I appreciate it. Thanks again for follow earlier. Gonna be like Travolta. When Chartsy is mentioned, it's like, where is he? Where do I have to go? Ah, sorry about that, Harbinger. So every time there's like a video bit or sound bit happening, it prevents other video or sound bits from happening at the same time. But I'm gonna refund you your points. So, no worries. Let me just go ahead and exit here to desktop. And I'm gonna head over here.
Where are you, Charles?
Where are you, Charles? Indeed. Okay, you should have gotten your points back there, Harbinger. I hope. No worries, Rod. Thank you also so much for being here. And thanks also again for the raid earlier. Really do appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest and night later as well.
Give me Lee!
And no worries either, Kobe. Thank you also for being here and for joining us. And thanks again so much earlier as well for the 3-year resub. It's still insane to me, you know. It's been like that long. But yeah, thank you so much. I hope you have a good rest of your free day. Catch you next time, Eline and Harbinger too. But yeah, let's have a look who's online and who we can raid today. It does seem like Lucinda has finished with Resident Evil 4, right? And is playing some Revelations today. So I think we're gonna go and head over there and say hello. Yeah, she's playing the first Revelations game. Thank you for posting those raid emotes, Kobe. So if you wanna join along with a raid there to Lucinda, there's some raid emotes in chat that you can copy and paste if you like. We got one for non-subs and one for subs. And yeah, the next stream of me is gonna be tomorrow. We're gonna be heading back into some Forza Horizon 5. and continue racing in Mexico. And then on Wednesday we're gonna go back to AC3 and do a proper lengthy stream again with the continuation of Sequence 7 and yeah, more for Homestead and all that. Still the wrong horizon. I do have to get the Horizon Forbidden West game eventually. I was kinda hoping that at some point we get the PC version, so I can play it with like next-gen graphics, since I don't have a PS5. Hopefully that happens at some point. A couple years down the line. But yeah, thanks again everyone for being here today. And yeah, I will catch you all very soon again. Are you alright? Nice. I'm looking forward to that, dude. It's gonna be so good seeing you play some of these PlayStation exclusives. But yeah, I'll catch you next time.
Take anything you like.
See you over at Lucinders.